So the Planeswalker points in DCI history are disappearing soon. Um, as a part of that, people are seemingly going to lose access to their DCI histories, and just I've been playing for like 7 or 8 years now, and there's like a whole lot of history here. And when the news of this came through, I kind of started like thinking back on all these events I traveled to and all these people I'd met through the game and all these great decks I played, and was kind of sad because so it was really cool thinking of all these nostalgic sentimental memories that bring me a lot of happiness, but also it's like kind of sad losing access to that history. And also I don't really want to like forget any of it because some of it's just really enjoyable to think back on. So I thought making a video, like recording my history of the game so I can like look back on it in 10 years time, or even just like think about it now and think about some of the stuff I might have forgotten in that time, would be really, really fun and enjoyable. And I know Jim Davis made a video of him going over his history. His was like 3 hours long. It's so cool. I haven't watched all of it, but it's just really enjoyable to get that look into his life, and maybe y'all will get some enjoyment over seeing into my life with Magic. Who knows? I'm doing it anyway, so. So I started Magic probably about a week before this. I was dating someone in Bristol at the time. I lived in a city called Bath, which was maybe a 15-minute train ride from Bristol. So I'd see him a few times a week, and we play board games together. One I played most of him was Castles of Burgundy, but we played like a lot of Agricola, a bunch of other games. We played a card game called Omen a bunch, and he ended up introducing me to this game called Magic, which I'd heard of before and had kind of like put off playing because I was aware it's the sort of thing that once you get into, you can kind of like take over your life a little bit. And I was aware I've had a bad history of hobbies, of getting really intensely into them for like 4 or 5 months and then kind of losing interest. I didn't want to do that with something as expensive as Magic. How old were you at this time? I think I was 21. I was 21 at the time. So it was just after I'd dropped out of uni and I was still living in Bath, and I had a bunch of spare time as a result. Eventually he convinced me to give in and try Magic with him. He got out these 3 intro decks he built. He had a white one, a blue one, and a red one, and we ended up playing them. I was like, this is actually really cool. And within like a day, I was looking through all the cards in Standard and trying to build my own deck. I remember it was like really heinous. He convinced me not to buy the cards for it. So I'd seen the card Slaughter Games, which for those who don't know is like kind of like Unmodigo. You remove all the cards of a certain name from your opponent's deck. And what I wanted to do was double cast Slaughter Games with the Chandra that lets you double cast cards, and just have my aim to be removing every single card from my opponent's deck by exiling them in this manner. And he was like, this is very stupid. What are you doing? I mean, it's more like a Lily Lantern control from the start, right? But he eventually convinced me not to do this, and I ended up ordering my first ever deck, but it didn't arrive until after my first event. So my very first event, I borrowed a deck off him. This was Innistrad Return to Ravnica Standard. This was after Gatecrash but before Dragon's Maze. And he had, I think, like 3 or 4 decks. He had a Turbo Griselbrand deck where you got Griselbrand into the play with Cryptghast. He had a Jeskai control deck which had main deck Rest in Peace and Mist Hollow Griffin as its like win condition. So you'd control the opponent, and then eventually you just have these unkillable Griffins, and if you got paired against any graveyard decks, you just destroy them. And the one he lent me was a Bant Turbo Fog deck using had like Sphinx's Revelation, Elixir of Immortality. The win condition was a card called Otherworld Atlas, which is I think a 4-mana artifact. You tap it to put charge counters on it, or you tap it to make both players draw cards equal to the number of counters on it. And so the idea was you get a lot of counters on it, you start making both players draw 3 or 4 cards per turn. You'd have all these fog effects and snapcasters to flash them back, so your opponent couldn't deal damage to you, and eventually you'd like crack an Elixir of Immortality to shuffle your deck back in, whereas your opponent just wouldn't have many cards left and would deck out from the Atlas. It was really sweet and kind of janky. So I took it to one of there were like free shops in Bristol at the time running Magic. There was Forbidden Planet, Excelsior, and Area 51. Forbidden Planet is I don't know if it's a thing over in the US or not, but it's just like a retailer for comics and stuff like that. And the one in Bristol ran events like every week, I think, on Fridays. And this was maybe not a Friday, maybe this was like a Wednesday or something. But it was just a casual event in the evening of Standard. I won my first ever match at an FMM style event. It was against a guy called Guy Baldwin, who is now a judge who flies around the world like doing CFB events and stuff. And it was so like that was really indeed Doke Boy. That was really sweet. And so like these first few events are just like me getting used to the stores, I guess. They're like kind of spread out a little bit, but Forbidden Planet was like kind of the more casual shop in Bristol. Yeah, Guy is a real GP regular. He does a lot of the things on circuit, flies around the world for it. Hey, Ashlyn. So Forbidden Planet was kind of the more casual shop in Bristol. I need to remember to keep stuff on screen. Probably got like 30 or 40 people for most of its events. Excelsior, which will be like a pretty big name throughout all of this for me, was wow, I got like 3 losses and a bye on my first event there. Okay, impressive. Excelsior is the most spiky shop in Bristol. And there's also Area 51, which was basically just like a limited shop. It only did drafts, really. And tended to be like very spiky. Maybe Area 51 was the most spiky store in Bristol, but it just only did limited. So I think by this point, no, this event I borrowed the Grizzlebrand deck off Mike and did very badly. I remember at one point I had a Grizzlebrand in play, and I cast the second Grizzlebrand, and my opponent was like, okay, so both of those go into the graveyard. And I'm like, wait, what? And then I complained to Mike afterwards that he never explained how the legendary rule works to me. Hey, Vivka. I was just like, I just have 2 Grizzlebrands now, this is great, how do I lose? It turns out, the legend rule was much harsher back then. I was very upset. Both at like myself and at him for not telling me. The Bristol stores give me good feelings too, Vivka. I miss them a lot. Waterstones, so this was like when I was living in Bath. So this was like really close to me. It was probably half an hour walk away. I think they ran like 1 or 2 events a month, just like basically all of them standard. It tended to be like mostly pretty casual, kind of the same sort of level as Forbidden Planet. I think I opened when was the pre-release I went to? I guess the pre-release isn't for a little bit. So yeah, I'm kind of just like going to a lot of the local events here. Somehow I won all 5 rounds at this event. It was at Forbidden Planet, which is like definitely one of the softest ones. I can't remember what deck I was playing. I kind of wish I could remember. At some point, I got my mono black deck, which was probably after a little bit. So the mono black deck was so I really loved rats at the time, and was that my first 5-0? Yeah, this is the first event which I didn't just bomb out of. The mono black deck was based around pack rat because I just like loved rats. So it had 4 pack rats. I was like, okay, let's find every playable rat in standard, which turns out was just ravenous rats in addition. And I had a mortal servitude to get all my CMC2 rats back at the same time. And I think I borrowed like some Liliana of the Veils off of Mike and just a bunch of removal and discard. It was like surprisingly reasonable looking back on it. There's like a bunch of nonsense in it, but like it had like underworld connections and stuff. It was kind of like a precursor to like the actual mono black devotion deck. Just with like some garbage like Veilborn Ghoul in it. But so this is my first ever pre-release. The release of Dragon's Maze. So is that the more casual of the shops? And I believe I chose the Dimir pack because I thought the Dimir were like really cool, and it was one of the least popular packs because everyone, like loads of the people who went there were just choosing the ones that were like the most competitive, and the Dimir mechanic really sucked in that block. It was Cypher, which is just really awkward. Yeah, beating Guy Baldwin seems like a theme here. Sorry, Guy. Yeah, I was super hooked. This is like a month and a half after I started playing about my first pre-release. Going to events like multiple times per week. Like in this week I'm doing like this week and a half I'm doing like 5 events when I've only just started playing pretty recently. I think all my draft records initially were just turbo garbage. Which is partially just, draft is really hard to learn. It's partially that this store was really spiky. It kind of like forced me to learn very quickly, which in retrospect I really appreciated, and I think I enjoyed it at the time, but I think it would have been like the sort of environment a lot of people wouldn't have liked when they were starting to learn. I always felt like a bit bad when new players came into the store once I was a bit more experienced there. And I know there were like a few players there who would try and help people learn, but there were also a bunch who didn't really care. But for me, it led to me learning really quickly. Like all the rares would get redrafted at the end and stuff, and everyone knew what they were doing. And basically all of my draft decks initially just had a pile of walls. I know this continued until like Pharos. I just had like, a million Guardians of Meletis and stuff in my decks all the time. It took me like a long time to realize that just exclusively defensive cards are kind of bad because they don't let you have many options. They're very restrictive. And they also don't let you like punish people when they're on the bad side of variance. Those were like some big lessons I started to learn during Pharos block. What are rare redrafts? So rare redrafts are after the draft is over and you've played all your games, everyone takes all their rares out and pulls them in the center. And then people take rares one by one based on their ranking. So whoever came first gets the first pick, and then whoever gets second takes the second, and it like snakes around the room. And it's like very spiky and only really done in like very competitive stores because it's, kind of harsh on people who just want to go along and like keep the sweet cards they open. But that's Thalia's lieutenant, Elaine. So yeah, so the concept is it doesn't punish people for taking cards that are better than the rares when the rares are expensive. But the flip side is it means that the good players end up getting all the best rares at the end, a lot of the best rares at the end. So it's kind of like a brutal environment to learn in that regard. But it's also part of why I probably learnt so fast, learning with like the best players in the city. Wouldn't random redraft be better? Yeah, that's a way to do it. Most people just do it. Most stores just do it based on what you open. But so we got like another event, Waterstones. There were drafts that would happen every week at the Ram, which was, or every couple weeks or something at the Ram, which was a pub in Bath. I went along to like a fair few of those just to get better at drafting. It was definitely a much softer environment than Area 51. Like, you know, my third draft ever or whatever, I managed to go 2-1. Which I just didn't do at Area 51 for like a long time, I think. Like I was like 0-4ing drafts consistently there initially. This is just Friday Night Magics. There's my first ever game days, both of which I went like 3-2 in, which would have been with my mono black deck. I can't remember. Yeah, Bristol's really good for LGSs. At the moment, there's almost like too many. I think a couple more have opened since I left. But losing to Guy Baldwin, I know, in a sharp turn of fate.
9 months. Thanks for the great time.
Aw, Finn, thank you for the 9 whole months. Good to see ya. Guy is a judge, yeah. Guy's great. So this would have been with my mono black deck. I can't remember exactly when it happened. At some point over this like couple month period following this, I kind of started changing the mono black deck. So initially it was like exclusively mono black and it had 4 mutilates in. And by rotation time, it was basically Jund. I had like 4 Dragon Skull Summits and 4 Blood Crypts, so that I could splash Dreadbore and some sort of Planeswalker that I can't remember, and Rakdos's Return. And then I had 4 Overgrown Tombs for like a couple of Raskas, so I could actually destroy enchantments and artifacts. I hope it's lots too full. And it sounds like not many mana sources, and that's because I was new to the game and it wasn't. But also, I had Liliana of the Dark Realms to go find my Shocklands to help fix the mana sources. So, you know, playing a bad card to help my mana work. I'm aware. He's like really proud of me. It makes me happy. He's one of those people who like always comes up to me at every event he sees me at and is like always just really happy for me and my success and seeing that I came this far, which like kind of makes sense because, you know, he's one of the first people I met in Magic. You know, I met him at my first ever event, my first ever round, and he was a really big part of that store and its development, and has kind of, you know, as I was getting more into competitive Magic, he was getting more into judging. So we've kind of like, you know, gone different paths, but in kind of similar time frames. It's really cool. Just have some more FNMs and stuff. I'm not gonna look at like every one of these, but ooh, Sean, thank you so much for the 11 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Let's see if there's like anything that stands out. I'm still just getting crushed in all the Area 51 drafts. This one I get like 2 wins in, which felt really notable for me. And we get to game days for Pharaohs. So I think at the start of Pharaohs, I started playing actual mono black. Because there was Grey Merchant and Fort Seas and all these cool cards. Obviously, it would eventually become Mono Black Devotion. Initially, I was like really unsure of Grey Merchant, and the card didn't look that good to me. So I was playing there's the big demon. It's like 7 mana. When it comes in, you get a bunch of 1/1s, and you sack a creature in your upkeep. I can't remember what the name of it is. But I played a couple copies of that card. I played some Whip of Erebos initially. Was like aggressively trying to trade cards with people for Thoughtseizes. Abhorrent Overlord. I loved that card. That was like a pet card for me for a little while, which sounds dorky, right? But when like you're still kind of new to the game, it's just like such a cool, flashy card. Everyone has like this big flyer they get attached to early on that does something silly. That was my one, I guess. I am dorky, Yaley, I agree. So this was like, I think my first competitive-ish event at the Trinity Club. I don't know if it was actually, I think there were judges and stuff. Yeah, it's like 7 rounds. It must have been Compariel. So I had the Mono Black Devotion deck together by this point. And I think a car of us went down to this event. And there were judges and stuff. It was my first time ever handing in like a deck list at an event, which was kind of wild to me. I think I might have got like deck checked at some point. I don't know. Where was it? It was in Taunton, which is maybe a little under an hour from Bristol. But I think we drove there. And this was with my mono black deck back when it still had, I think I had Grey Merchants in it by that point. It was like kind of close to the Pro Tour list, the list that did well at the Pro Tour. So Packrats, Underworld Connections, Thoughtseize, Grey Merchants, Desecration Demons. The big difference was I was still playing my couple copies of Abhorrent Overlord because it just made me happy. I definitely wasn't like the most spiky player at that point. I was still just enjoying learning the game and trying to get better at it. But this was a really fun event. I can't remember much about the rounds, but we got like a bunch more drafts. When was the next competitive event? I can't remember what this was. But yeah, this must have been the next one. Because this is like 6 rounds long, right? I think Christopher DeLacy might have even been one of the people we traveled down with. Obviously I did pretty badly at this, but again, still learning, still playing my mono black deck. This is my first ever Pro Tour qualifier. Yeah, I jammed so much. I would go to the store. I would go to like local stores a couple times a week if I could. Some point in this year, I actually moved to Bristol. I think in like July time, I moved to Bristol. So at that point, I can just go to as many events as I want, right? Because there's free stores around me. And I'm even traveling back to Bath to go back to events there occasionally. So what? This is my first ever PTQ. It was standard, so I was playing my mono black deck. I don't believe I was playing the Abhorrent Overlords by that point. I'm not based around Bristol. I want to move back there. Bristol is wonderful. It's maybe just like my favorite city to like live in. But I'm hoping to move back there once, you know, all the madness in the world is calmed down a little bit. So I was playing my mono black deck. I think by this point I'd stopped playing my Abhorrent Overlords. I was playing like a much more stock list. I was trying to be a bit more spiky and win. Ooh, Jenna, thank you for the 4 months. Good to see you. I don't know how many of these names I recognize. I only really recognize James Lawton, who now is like a pretty competitive player, I think. I've seen him like do well in online challenges a few times. I saw him at the last Players Tour. He ended up, I think, narrowly missing day 2 or something. So he's pretty good. Yeah, he's a good guy. I agree. Enjoy his company. First ever like PTQ, I went 5-3. I'm trying to, yeah, I'm really pleased with that. I'm trying to remember much about it. I know I remember, I think one of the final couple rounds was against like a Golgari deck that really scared me because of lot left troll. having regenerate against like my removal space deck. I seem to remember playing against like an Orzhov deck at some point with the Blood Baron of Viscopa, which is terrifying for those mono black decks. But by this point, I'm just like completely hooked, right? This is just like my main hobby now. It's kind of taken over like that portion of my life. And when I went to this PTQ, it wasn't really the idea of qualifying for the Pro Tour, and this is kind of like a recurring theme for a little while. For a long time, I didn't really care about qualifying. I just wanted to go to these big events. A, because they were really exciting. B, because there were just tons of people at them. Like, this had like 180 players in like, in this like game store. It's kind of crammed, but there were so many people there, and maybe I didn't know that many, but I'd stay close to my Bristol people that I knew, like Mike and Nathan and Matty and Guy. And also it was just like the best environment to learn in, playing against, the best possible players. I'd played a tiny bit of Magic Online by this point, but I think this was before the revamp. And I just couldn't really stand Magic Online back then, before it got upgraded. It was just like, obviously Magic Online's a bit old and clunky now, but like the old version version 3 was just very unappealing to me, whereas like version 4 I find more enjoyable. So I went to like Mana League for a big tournament. Graham Harper was someone from Bristol. Oh, Mike Evans in the final round. Mike Evans is the person who introduced me to Magic. He is wonderful. He plays a lot of wacky decks. This was Legacy. I can't actually remember. Oh wait, no, yeah, there were monthly Legacy tournaments up at Mana League for a little while. It was really sweet. It was proxy Legacy. So if you were missing, you could have like up to 5 proxies in your deck if you were missing cards. And I played mono black Pox at this event in Legacy. I owned like most of it, and I like proxied up had playtest versions of the Never Voids. To help complete it. So mono black Pox is like Smallpox, Pox, Liliana of the Veil, just all this ability to tear through your opponent's hand, Hymn to Turak. I remember in the final round, I don't remember much of this. I remember in the final round against Mike in one of the games, I went like Dark Ritual, Hymn to Turak, Cursed Scroll on turn 1. Make him discard 4 cards at random, and then put my Cursed Scroll in play when I'm like nearly hellbent. It was sick. Yeah, I played Sinkhole. It had 4 Sinkholes in it, which, as it turns out, is a heinous Magic card against Daze. It's truly awful against Daze. But it's a really sweet card. The joke there being, if you target an island, the Daze always counters it, one way or another. That was sweet. So you have like a bunch more local events, another Legacy thing. I just adored Legacy at first. I think Legacy was my favorite. For a while, it was my favorite format, probably for a couple of years when I started playing. I loved all the history. I loved all the weird cards that would come up. I didn't really play Brainstorm or Ponder decks initially, because they kind of intimidated me, but I thought those decks were really cool and seemed to have a lot of decisions to them. I stuck to mono black Pox and mono white Armageddon stacks initially until I was more confident at the game. But what's my favorite format now? Probably booster drafting or cube drafting. I really like limited now. I think limited is has been my favorite way to play the game for basically probably since like, I don't know, Guilds of Ravnica Allegiance time. Ever since I like started learning to get better at it. Lewis is great as well. Lewis Marshall. Yeah, he runs a store, right? I remember I think I spent some time with him at my first ever Pro Tour too. He's pretty good company. Speaking of cubes, I might do Dokumoy. It actually seems pretty fun. So seems like a nice change of pace. Anyway, so kind of just doing lots of F&Ms and stuff here. When do I get to the game days? There are like some game days around here. So this is the pre-release for Born of the Gods, the second Pharaoh set. I'm like starting to get a little bit better in my Area 51 drafts. I went like 3-1 at this, which is probably kind of big for me at the time. I really want to find the game days. They're like really important to me. Okay, this is like a really sweet weekend. So I've been playing my mono black devotion deck now since like basically since Pharaoh's released, and at this point I'm like starting to read the occasional article and watch the occasional video and trying to learn to get better with the deck and have like a tuned version of the deck. And there was game days over the weekend in Bristol. There was one at Excelsior on the Saturday and one at Forbidden Planet on the Sunday. I went to the Excelsior one and it was only 9 people, but I ended up taking it down with my mono black devotion deck, which was like really exciting for me. I probably have the playmats up in my cupboard still. I kind of want to go dig it out, but it's like a long diversion. I'd be away from the screen for like a minute, but so I end up winning this event, and then I go to the Forbidden Planet one, I think the next day, and end up going 5-0 to get the other copy of the playmat that was assigned to our city. So I ended up getting both of them, hoarding them to myself, which is kind of sick. This is like this is 14 months in. This was like a really big moment for me. This was kind of like the first thing that I was really proud of. So that was sweet. There's a couple names in there. Ryan Pugh was kind of like, Mike Evans and Ryan Pugh were like basically my 2 mentors for the first couple years, in terms of like, they were the people trying to help me improve at the game because they could see I was enjoying learning, and they both knew a lot more than me. And Ryan was like incredibly helpful at this. Like, he knew that I was really appreciating the feedback, so when we were at events, he'd like, actually I still remember the first time I met him. I think it was at a draft at Area 51. He was just playing like casual Magic or trading or something, and he could see that I had my modern deck that had a bunch of playtest cards in it, which was green-white hate bears, Leon and Arbiter and all that nonsense, Loxodon Smiter. And he saw all these playtest cards and saw that one of them was a Kitchen Finks, and just came over, scooped a Kitchen Finks out of his binder and handed it to me. And this was back when they were like $7 or $8 too. And like, I was just really, it meant a lot to me at the time, because this was back when like I still didn't really have that many expensive Magic cards or whatever, and getting a Kitchen Finks was so exciting to me. And over the course of the next couple years, he would talk to me about Magic. He'd talk to me about Magic Theory a lot. I'd send him like long messages. I'd send him messages on Skype, and he'd send me like full articles of text in response to my question, just like covering all the theory and stuff behind, like, you know, why would you build things this way or whatever. And he'd come up to me and like watch my games when he finished before me at events, and then like after the game ask if I wanted feedback, and then cover like, all right, these are the areas where you made obvious mistakes. And it was just really good for just helping me learn. I really appreciate the amount of effort he put into helping me in that regard. He's a name that's probably gonna pop up a few more times along here. Ben Whitmore's a really cool guy who lives in Bristol. Played against him a bunch. He I think he like was at a lot of the legacy events, which is what I mainly remember him from. Oh yes, yeah. So now we get to my first ever Grand Prix. Oh my gosh, this is so exciting. This is a Grand Prix trial in Manchester where I get crushed. And then another Grand Prix event where I got crushed. And then the actual Grand Prix itself. So this was Pharos Block Constructed, which I adored this format. I wish I could play it again. I thought it was a lot of fun. So Pharos Block Constructed was... There were like a few other decks. There were like some aggro decks, like mono black aggro. There was a heroic aggro deck. But the main decks were Courser of Krufix mid-range decks. So there was an Abzan mid-range deck with Courser of Krufix. The main win condition was Elspeth Sun's Champion. You would play Fleece Main Lions. This was before Siege Rhino, but you had Hero's Downfall. You had Abzan Charm. Yeah, this was right after the PT. Yeah, where Chapin's Abzan deck did really well. So that was a really, really popular deck. And the deck I ended up playing was Sultai Control, which is so sick. It was a control deck with a lot of the same green cards you saw in the Absent deck. You'd have Sylvan Caryatid, you'd have Courser of Krufix, some card advantage. Your big win condition was Prognostic Sphinx, which is a 3/5 flyer. You can give it hexproof by tapping it and discarding a card. And whenever it attacks, you scry free. So this is like really sweet for two reasons. One is it's really good against Elspeth Sun's Champion, because it doesn't die to Elspeth's minus, but can fly over her tokens to kill her. Which is really good, because Elspeth Sun's Champion was just the best win con in the format. Yeah, it was kind of Dream Trawler-ish. Proto Dream Trawler. And the other really cool thing about it was the scry free was incredible with Courser of Krufix. Because you'd look at the top 3 cards of your library and you'd put the land back on top. And you'd get to play your land from the turn off the top of your library, off this Prognostic Sphinx, like every single turn. And that was really cool. I was playing a lot of copies of Ashiok, the original Ashiok, which is it's a planeswalker where you can plus to exile cards from the top of your opponent's library, and then minus to put creatures that you've exiled from it with it back in play. And this card was really cool in that format because of Courser of Krufix. You were playing all of these Courser of Krufix mirrors, where you would just know the top card of your opponent's library at every point in the game. So you'd have your, like, Ashiok sitting there on 7 loyalty, and you'd see that they have a land on top, so you just wouldn't plus your Ashiok. You'd just be like, okay, you can draw the Ashiok, that land, I don't mind. I don't need this loyalty on my Ashiok more than you need a spell. So that was really, really a really cool interaction. Ashiok was very good in that format. And I remember running up to this event, we did like a bunch of practice. We had like, I think once or twice, Nathan, Stu, and Matty came around Mike's place with me, and we would practice different matchups and try out our decks. And I was like really hooked on bug control from very early on. And I also remember playing against Conrad after the events had finished in the evening at Excelsior. We'd just stay on for like a bit and play for a bit longer to practice. He'd be on his red-green kind of mid-range aggro monsters deck. And it was actually really cool because I think he said at some point that, you know, back when I first started playing against him there, learning that Sultai deck, I was kind of bad at it and didn't really know what I was doing. And by the time that, like, we were ready to go to the Grand Prix, he could tell how much better I was with it. And that I just, like, learnt so much more with the deck. And hey, Camper. And so that was really sweet. I also just, like, I could see that. Like, initially I was losing every game to him. By the end, like, You know, I was maybe winning some and losing some, but I felt like I knew what I was doing a bit more. This event, the first round is really unceremonious. So I think we're like 1-1 in games. I'm against Absan midrange, and I fort seize my opponent on turn 1 and write down his hand, take a card, say go, and then he fort seizes my hand, and he sees, you know, I have a couple lands and like 3, you know, removal spells or courses or whatever, and he's like, well, whatever, these all do the same thing, I'll take this one. And I untap and I draw a fort seize for the turn. I'm like, oh, sick, another fort seize. I cast it immediately. I stare at my opponent's hand. I'm like, wait, wow, what do I take? I guess I'm taking this one. I say go. He untaps and plays his land, and I look down and notice I only have 1 land in play. I say nothing about this all game long, and he says nothing about it all game long, and I managed to very narrowly beat him in a really like tense, challenging game, and we both just refuse to mention that I missed this land drop on turn 2 that he knew I had in hand from the fort seize. He was well aware that I'd missed it, and then he'd lost. It was great. That just like always stands out in my memory. Just my first ever match at a GP. That was delightful. So what notables are there here? Marco Orsini Jones is like kind of a known player in the English community. I know Nick Lott a little bit. Peter Shoshrek is obviously pretty well-known player, has done like top 80 to PT and stuff like that. This was actually really cool, this GP. It was a really good experience because, so I won round 1, I'm like, oh, cool. And then I lose a couple more. And by this point I'm 1 and 2 and I'm feeling really dejected. And I'm like, well, if I lose 1 more round, I get to go play Azorius Tron in the modern side event. So, you know, even if I lose another round, it's not the end of the world. And I play like rounds 4 and 5, and I'm like, I'm 3 and 2. I really wanted to go play that modern side of it. I guess I can still go play the legacy side of it when I inevitably lose one of the next 2 rounds. And I end up winning the next 2 rounds, so I'm like, oh my god. I'm suddenly 5 and 2. Oh, I could make day 2 here. Which is just really, really exciting, right? Day 2 at my first ever GP after starting 1 and 2. And I think like my rounds 8 opponent maybe was on like the Bant Heroic deck, and I managed to ultimate a Kiora against them and start making Kraken tokens every turn and only narrowly win even then. I end up winning round 9 against Nick, and back then the cutoff was 7 and 2, so I just like rallied back from 1 and 2 to 7 and 2. Ended up finishing 10 and 5 after day 2. I'm really like proud and happy of my performance. I'm kind of crushed too because it pays down to 100th place. I got 104th, which was very brutal. I remember going up and looking at the standings and being like, no, my heart can't take this. What is this? But even then, like, it was a wonderful experience. Yeah, 10 and 5 at my first GP is like really surreal at the time. You got like so many Planeswalker points indeed. Proto Qualifier Khans of Tarkis. These would have been the limited ones, right? Oh, this was modern? Oh, this was so crushing. This broke my heart. Look at this list of wins and losses and the order they come in. 4-0 into 4-5. This is my first ever Compariel Modern event. There are a few notables here. Yeah, Matt Duggan, David Inglis got to the PT and also played on the Worlds team once. I think Dan Bernard has been on to the PT at least once, and he is very, very good. I played against Dan a lot over the years. Yeah, Chris Vincent was one of my... Wow, that's wild. Chris Vincent was one of my nationals teammates, the second nationals. That's so wild. And I actually remember what he played. He was on normal Tron. So like, I can kind of remember a bit of my match against him. I didn't realize that was Chris. That's so cool. So I was playing Azorius Tron in this event. For those who don't know, Azorius Tron is a horrendously unplayable deck. It was actually quite a bit better back then, by which I mean only mostly unplayable. It's a Tron deck where you play like Azorius Signet and a Celestial Colonnades and stuff. And you don't actually play Khans, you run Gifts Ungiven and a bunch of counter magic and stuff. It's kind of like the mono blue Tron deck, except instead of winning the game with these big colorless haymakers, what you would instead do was you'd either Gifts Ungiven for Unburial Rites Elishnorn or Unburial Rites Iona to lock your opponent out of the game, depending on what they were playing. Or you would Gifts Ungiven for like Expedition Map, Eye of Ugin, Emrakul, and Gifts Ungiven. And they could not give you... You just like force your way to access an Emrakul in the long game. Like, the control decks just couldn't beat you trying to repeatedly get this Emrakul with your Gifts Ungiven loops. It was really sweet. And also really bad. But I played it at a few events. Obviously went 4-0 into 4-5 at this event. There was like tons of Splinter Twin, which I was doing pretty well against, but I started facing like normal Tron, which crushed me. I think one of these people was on like Merfolk, which I lost to. I got introduced to how Spreading Seas interacts with Tron lands, which is not favorably, as it turns out. This is another modern PTQ. So this was another Azorius Tron event. Back at Firestorm Games, where I've been like a bunch. I don't actually recognize any of these names. I think this is like one of the events I went to where I didn't have many people there I knew. Actually, maybe Mike was there. This might have been one of the ones... I think Mike top-8'd a modern PTQ at some point. It might have been this one. He top-8'd a modern PTQ with Is It Delver, which was really sweet. With Goblin Guides. This is like a very aggressive Delver build. So we have a bunch more FNMs and stuff. Kind of like leaving PTQ season a little bit. We have an event at the Trinity Club. What was that? Oh, I think they... Oh, that was the same place I did my first ever competitive events at. I think I got on a train to this one, maybe. Drew against Guy. I came... It says I'm 3rd place. Oh, so... Yeah, this would have still been mono black, right? The semis might be... Well, I would have drawn against Guy, right? And then I would have top 8'd, and then I guess we split once we were top 4. We must have split in top 4. We must have been getting late, potentially. So this is like my first good result at a competitive event. Was with Mono Black. This was back when the monster decks were starting to become a big thing. There was like a bunch of Jund monsters at the event, which was a matchup that really scared me, but I think I ended up beating it a couple times over the day. I can't remember what I got for top 4ing, but obviously this was still like a really meaningful moment managing to, you know, get to the point where I couldn't really win any more rounds. Oh, you won GP buys. Yeah, it might have been that only one person wanted the buys, and everyone else was just happy with the prizes or something. I don't know. So World Magic Cup qualifier? Huh. Where is Hercules Road? It's in London? I'm trying to remember this event. I can't remember it that well. There are a lot of very recognizable names here. Dan and Craig were both on Team Axion Now with me. I recognize Sophie's name. Francesco was on Axion Now with me. So like a bunch of very future teammates. I don't remember this event well at all. Oh, this might have been, there was an event I was really upset because it was kind of the moment when I realized I was like approaching the game differently. Oh yeah, 240 players is wild. Completely agree. I think it's the moment when I realized I was taking the game very differently to a lot of other competitive players. So I got in a car to travel there. I don't think I was with people I knew that well. Compared to like normal when I travel with like Matty and Nathan and Mike. I don't think I knew these players very well, but I just really wanted to go to this event. And after like round 3 or 4, one of the people in the car had like bombed out and had said, okay, once everyone's dead for top 8, we're leaving. And this was like so weird to me because I hadn't come here to win the qualifier. I'd come here to learn and get better at the game and, you know, experience competitive Magic and stuff. The idea of just like dropping from a tournament the moment you can't top 8 was very strange to me, and I was kind of sad that like I'd been forced into that position due to wanting to get home. It was definitely this like very strange moment for me because it's not really an attitude I'd really encountered up until that point. And of course it's just like a very pervasive attitude among competitive players. And like since then I've definitely dropped from events, but I don't know. A lot of these qualifiers I was going to because I wanted to learn because it was fun. And yeah, I didn't really think I was good enough to qualify yet. And you know, a lot of the people there weren't necessarily good enough to qualify yet. But as long as I'm still having fun and learning, that's like what really mattered to me. Yeah, I definitely do that, Cambo. If like, you know, I'm feeling kind of out of it or whatever, then I drop from events. So we have like the pre-release for Khans of Tarkir, which is maybe my favorite set ever. Kind of getting more into competitive Magic at this point. We have another tournament down in Taunton. Standard tournament? Oh, I remember what I played at this event. Yeah, so right after rotation, I basically built the Pharaoh's block constructed bug control deck in Standard because all the Pharaoh's cards were still in Standard after rotation. Did I always draw Guy? No, I beat Guy a lot at first. I don't know why I'm starting to draw with him. Heck. No, I double drew. I don't think I top 8'd. Wait, it's 32 players. Maybe I did? Maybe, yeah, this must have been 5 rounds at 32 players. I must have top 8'd this and lost in the quarters. Yeah, I got 7th. That's wild. I don't remember this event very clearly, other than I remember the deck I played, which was bug, control, mid-range, kinda. It was like the Pharaoh's block constructed deck. I added like some Pelucranosses to it. By this point, I just started playing Magic Online properly. And I had my bug control deck on Magic Online, so I was like playing daily events with it occasionally and stuff like that. To try and like make the deck better and learn it more. I can't remember too many of the details, but it was very similar to the block constructed deck, really. Didn't have that many Khans cards in, because I didn't really know how to figure out which ones were good. Yeah. I was still very bad at card assessment at this point. We have my first PTQ in this season, which is sealed. I end up going 6-3, which is like very respectable record. It's the best I've done at a PTQ by this point. How important was playing Magic Online to your transition from competitive player to professional player? It's huge. You can't play enough at stores. You can maybe play enough if you have like really dedicated friends, but you like the raw volume you have to play to actually learn. You just have to play online. So, and Magic Online was what there was back then. And over time played it more and more and more. At this point, I was still playing a little bit here and there, and it hadn't like, you know, become a huge thing for me, but it was a part of me learning, for sure. And as I get better, I ended up playing it more to like try and keep pushing myself to learn more and more. This was a sealed event. This format was wild. It was like all the decks in the room were like 4 or 5 color soup because everyone just had so many dual lands and there were so many sweet 3-color cards. It was just the most fun sealed tournament I've played maybe ever. There was another one in this format too later, I think. So yeah, the venue's actually nice. The Jury's Inn is a good venue. I've been there a bunch. Axiom now holds a lot of their events there. It's like very spacious and like, yeah, Milton Keynes isn't for everyone. Milton Keynes is kind of grim, but the actual venue is just really good for events, for sure. Although this event, I think it was this event, I was like registered. There were so many players here. There were 240 players. I literally registered my deck on the floor because there wasn't enough table space for everyone to register their decks. Like, a bunch of people had to like volunteer to like sit on the floor or whatever to register their deck to have enough space to like for everyone to be able to lay out their decks and stuff. So yeah, the UK PTQs were the ones that pushed them to change the system. They were among them because they were just so big. There were so many players. So I just sat on the floor and registered my 4-pile Dune Blast Meandering Tower Shell Monstrosity. Oh, there's a really sweet story from this too, in terms of autumn derps. Back in the day, how much did I consume Magic content? It kind of increased over time. Initially, I only really watched Numo's stream. I watched like a lot of Numo the Nami, initially. Once he became a big thing. And I watched some like LSV videos. Those were kind of my, you know, the gateways everyone has kind of were my gateways into Magic content. I can't remember how much it picked up over time, but like I definitely wasn't watching the Pro Tours initially. It took me like a year until I was seriously invested in watching Pro Tours and checking out coverage in that way. But yeah, the story I remember from this, I think it was round maybe 5 or 6. There's another autumn derp story where I have Meandering Tower Shell in my deck, and my opponent's on like a Jeskai deck or something, or a Teema deck. I attack with my Meandering Tower Shell on turn 6. Okay, I'm going to exile it. And I'm like, well, if I put it in my exile zone, I'm going to forget about it because it's mixed in with all my other exile cards. So I think to myself, I'm going to put it on top of my deck box, where it's really visible and obvious. And so I put it on top of my deck box. And several turns later, I narrowly win the game, and I reach over to my deck box to put my deck back, and I see the Meandering Tower Shell sat on top of it. There are common themes to my stories. I'm not always the most perceptive individual, I guess, but that was a moment. It really did keep meandering. Just so lost. Oh my gosh. Some say it is still meandering to this day. Oh, I remember this. I can't remember how I qualified for it. Grand Prix trial for Madrid. I came 32nd. This must have been one of the big Axiom Now events. There's like 150 people for it. I think I can't remember what point I started playing blue-black control. It might have been by now. So my main competitive deck for almost all of the next year is blue-black control. Yeah, I'm placing really consistently. I'm not like crushing many events, but I'm going like 55% in all the PTQs I'm playing. So like, I'm not really doing badly very often, right? That must have been, yeah, that must have been at the school. I can't remember. I can't remember where this event was. I really don't remember much about it, but I do remember the deck I play for like the next year, which is blue-black control. Initially, I was playing a version with Pearl-like Ancient as the win con. This was the Perilous Vault deck. You played Dig Through Time, Jace's Ingenuity, Dissolve, Hero's Downfall. Initially, I just had 2 Pearl-like Ancients as my only win cons in the main deck, which would change over the course of the year. But that was the initial version. So it's a very slow deck. Really, really struggled to ever close games. Yeah, the Axiom store is about 60 or 70. It's comfy, right? This was before Silumgar was printed, yep. Ashiok and Liliana were in the format, which I started playing after a little bit, but it was before Silumgar, before Ugin. It was a really sweet deck. I adored it. I played so much of it. In fact, if we go to my Goldfish results, we can, I think you can see my first ever result on Goldfish is with blue-black control. Standard daily, untitled. So this was February. So by this point, Fate Reforged was in the format. But this is my first ever time getting a 4-0 in a daily. Which is I just did. This is a later version of the deck, but it was wonderful. So many great cards. I adored Perilous Vault. It allowed you this, like, there were so many cool play patterns with that deck. Perilous Vault just you'd play a Perilous Vault past the turn, and your opponent wouldn't be able to commit any more to the board, because then you'd kill more of their board. But then the next turn you pass with 5 mana up. They still can't commit more to the board into your onboard sweeper. So they attack you for like 6. And because they're not putting any more pressure into play, you just get to draw 3 cards in their end step. You just buy yourself a lot of time because you have this onboard sweeper that, like, says if you commit anything more to the board, you're losing all of it immediately. Oh yeah, Axiom are the best TO in the UK. Axiom now are incredible. The number of great events of theirs I've been to over the year, and it's all really consistent to, no matter what venue they're at, they always put on a great show. You know, whether it's for like 30 people or for 250. I love Axiom. They, like, obviously I was sponsored by them at some point, but I'm not anymore. It's just, I genuinely think they're excellent. So this is Magic game day. I lose to Guy. Oh no. Yeah, I think Phil said I lose to my nemesis. Heck. We have another Pro Tour qualifier. So this was like some more Khan sealed. Really great format. This event, I can't remember how I qualified for it. It was like kind of a failure. So they run this like series of events in the UK where, like, if you did well at them, they'd have like crazy prize pools. They'd be like 5Ks or whatever. Maybe not that much. Maybe it was like £500 or something. I can't remember. There was like a large prize pool relative to the number of people that played though. And they just didn't get the turnout. They would have like a prize pool that would suit like 150 people. And they'd have like 40 people show up to their event. And it was really awkward. And I can't remember how I qualified for this, but this was like the end of season event. Where, yeah, I think it's the Magic Madhouse series. Potentially. Or was it Mind Games or something? I can't remember. There was some fancy name for it. Like, the TO that was running this was also running like Scrabble and chess tournaments at the same venue. Mind Sports International was running them. Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Luke. So this is another event with my blue-black control deck. This is back when I was still playing just the 2 Pearl Lake Ancients as my win cons. I narrowly make day 2. I think I have to like win out from this point for several rounds to make day 2, and then I end up missing out on top 8 because I lose this round. This is the round that like loses me access to top 8. but I still get like £100 for coming 14th because the prize pool of this event was stacked and like should have had like 300 people. And it was just really underattended because they'd kind of not advertised the events very well. Like the actual event hall was really empty too. It was surreal. And like a little sad, but obviously it worked out in my favor. But that was sweet, you know, rallying back, having to win like 4 in a row today too. Felt very good. This is like the first event where I'd hopped on public transport or whatever on like a coach, you know, a few hours across the country to London. So actually, and stay overnight in a hotel to attend an event. I didn't really like do the overnight hotel thing for anything but that Grand Prix by this point. So it's really sweet. We have another. Oh, this is a standard. Oh, this is the beginning. This is the beginning, chat, of PPTQs. So PPTQs are so like the PTQ era I'd been doing fine from the very beginning, right? I'd, you know, been going like 4 and 5, 5 and 4, maybe occasionally 6 and 3 in the events. I hadn't like done great in any of them, but I was always doing fine. And like it kind of built up a level of consistency over like that year of playing. And then I loved the PPTQ system, Cambo. So the PPTQ system, for those who don't know, the PTQ system was just, there was a big event. There were maybe 5 of them in England, or 4 of them in England every 3 months. You'd get 200 people there, or 300 people, or whatever. Just a huge, huge event. Coming together of the community. You get to see all these people you don't see for like a couple of months. Get to catch up with like loads of friends you've made through it all. And but they kind of got too big and they were like unwieldy. Stores couldn't really cope with running them anymore because there were so many people and they needed to downsize the events somehow. I didn't really like get into the idea of being a pro Magic player until after my first PT Crottle, and even then it wasn't something I like seriously pursued until like a couple years later. We'll get to that like fairly soon though. Kind of like as we rattle through these PPTQs, we get to my first qualification like surprisingly quickly. So the PPTQ system replaced it, where you had PPTQs that fed into RPTQs. So you'd play, every store would get to run a PPTQ if they wanted. And then once every 3 months, there'd be an RPTQ where everyone who'd won a PPTQ would get to compete in it. So they would be like 60, 70, 80 person events in England. And if you top 4'd them, you would qualify. So like instead of having to win a 250 person event, you had to win like a 40 person event. And then top 4 a 60 to 80 person event, which is like a way easier. To me, it felt like a way more attainable path. I didn't have to just like randomly spike this huge event. I could just do consistently well in these local events, eventually win one, and then getting top 4 out of 60 is like, once you're good enough, you do it like a third of the time, maybe. It felt like that way to me. Like I probably qualified from about a third of the RPTQs I played over the years. So it just feels like very realistic to actually qualify that way. This is my first ever PPTQ. It's in Firestorm again. I'm playing blue-black control, and I ended up top 8ing and losing in the quarterfinals. I really don't remember much about it other than picking up like a draw and coming really close to a draw in another round. And this is kind of the moment when I realized like I can't afford to just run Pearl like Ancients in my Dimir deck, because it just goes to time every round. I'm like not the fastest player and I'm having to force myself to play really quickly with this deck. Otherwise I'm just going to get loads of draws and I need like actual win conditions. So I think I end up changing it. And then we get to my second ever PPTQ, where I'm playing blue-black control. By this point I have 3 or 4 Ashiok's in the main deck and a Liliana Vess. And a dig through time. And interpret the signs. The idea being you can minus your Liliana to put the interpret the signs on top of your deck, and then you draw it, you minus your Liliana to put a dig through time on top of your deck, and you cast Interpret the Signs, revealing dig through time, so that you then draw 8 cards. So it's just like this like janky 1 card kind of overwhelm people with card advantage combination. And I do have Pearl Like Ancients in the deck still, I think, but I also have these other win cons, so I can actually close the game out. I can't remember much about this other than winning a lot, except to the final 2 rounds. I think the semi-finals was against an Abzan deck, where I get stuck on 3 lands with an Ashiok in play, and like a Hero's Downfall in hand. My opponent plays a Siege Rider, and I have an Ashiok on 5 loyalty, untap, plus Ashiok to 7. Draw a Downfall for turn, downfall the Siege Rider, Sago. They play another Siege Rider, untap, put Ashiok to 9 loyalty, downfall the Rhino, have no more removal in hand. They play another Siege Rider, I draw Downfall for turn, plus Ashiok again, kill the Rider, and then the next turn ultimate the Ashiok, and I'm still stuck on 3 lands, because I've been drawing Heroes Downfalls instead of lands. But I get to ultimate my Ashiok, and my opponent just has nothing left. Yeah, Rhinos always came in packs. They banded together. And then the finals against Jeffro, who I think is a name who's going to come up in the first RPTQ I win. I think, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's someone else. I recognize this name. I can't remember who he is. But he's playing tokens. He's playing the Ascendancy combo deck, which is, you have, I can't remember exactly how it works. You use Jeskai Ascendancy to combo off with a Springleaf Drum and a Hexproof creature, and just like you dig through your entire deck, and then you, in 1 turn, and then you play a card called Altar of the Brood, and you use Retraction Helix to trigger the Altar of the Brood 100 times to mill your opponent. And my opponent starts comboing off, and I'm like, well, I'm in the finals, I guess I should make him do it. I think I'd normally scoop to anyone else at this point, but decided I'll just sit here and watch him do it and see his deck in motion, and he flips over, I think a Raise the Alarm, and he just stops. Just stops, freezes immediately. It's like, Judge. And turns out the Raise the Alarms are part of his sideboard plan. So he ends up getting a game loss in game 1 of the finals, which is really awkward. It was really good of him to call himself out on it. I didn't know it was part of his sideboard plan. I was just like kind of confused why he was so shocked for a moment. And yeah, rewarded for not conceding, apparently. And then I think I ended up like losing game 2 and winning game 3. And like that, I've qualified for my first PTQ. Which is just such a big, exciting moment. And like, this is like a 49-player tournament. It's one of the bigger PPTQs of the time. I traveled there with like a few different friends. I was probably there with like Nathan and Matty and maybe Mike, I can't remember. But you know, I was there with a bunch of the people I traveled to tournaments with, and they were all really excited to see me get to this point. So that's really sweet. Yeah, tournament rules used to be very harsh. Back then you got a game loss in that situation, which like, I don't know what would happen now, but I don't think it would be quite that harsh. So we have some more casual stuff. I have a Grand Prix trial that I end up losing and going like 3-3 at Darksphere. Sealed one. I think I was just in London for the weekend, so popped along there. I was visiting my sister maybe. We have just loads more local events. A Pro Tour qualifier at Firestorm. I was playing my blue-black deck again. I ended up dropping at 2-2 because there was a winner box happening, and I think David Inglis said like, hey, maybe it's David, or I think it was Adam actually. Adam Barnett was a player from Bristol who he's really good fun. I enjoyed his company a lot. And he was like, well, we're both dead in this event. Do we want to just go join the winner box? And we agreed that, like, whoever, like, yeah, so, like, we both played the winner box. Yeah, it was 8 players. So it was like £10 to play, and a box on the line. So I ended up beating Adam in the first round, and then faced David Inglis in the final round, who's one of the people in the English Magic scene who I got on best with. And he's playing like his Abzan aggro deck in the finals, and I think in like game 2 or 3 I keep a 1-lander on a mold to 6 because I just hate mulliganing. It's like always been a problem since the very beginning. I just keep lots of 1 and 2 landers because I hate mulliganing, and proceed to never miss a land drop for the first 8 turns of the game and play an Ugin on turn 8. And he just stone cold reads me that I kept a 1-lander and just it's just like, wow, casting an Ugin on turn 8 after keeping a 1-lander or something like that. He just knew. He saw it in my eyes. So that was a good feeling, getting that turn 8 Ugin. Oh my gosh. We have another... Oh, this is another PPTQ? So this is the new PPTQ season. I think at this one I didn't play blue-black. I wanted a change of pace. I'd been playing blue-black for like 6 months by this point. So for like a month, I played a different deck. Yeah, Dom Harvey sighting of SCG Tour fame. I just skipped to GP? Oh! Did I skip GP Liverpool? When was GP Liverpool? I'm so... okay. I did skip GP Liverpool, thank you. This isn't very notable, but... this is Fate Reforged sealed, which was kind of like Khan sealed, except there were loads of disgusting bombs that you could never beat, like the Sieges and Ugin and stuff. Now this is 1700 player Grand Prix Dokkanoi. So I think this is the first time an opponent ever got DQ'd against me. Yeah, KTK just had so many bombs. It was just worse. Sorry, Fate Reforged had so many bombs. It was just KTK but worse. But it's still kind of fine. But I think one of my like early opponents, maybe it was my first win of the tournament. I upgrade my long shot squad, outlast it, and I forget to put a counter on, and I pass the turn. My opponent goes to attack with his Silumgar, and the person sitting next to me has been like kind of quietly paying attention without me noticing, and just calls a judge over, and I'm like really surprised by this. I'm like, wait, why is the person next to me calling a judge over? And he's like, he mentions about me not putting a counter on my outlast creature and the opponent saying nothing about it. And the judge asks the opponent, were you aware that they didn't put a counter on this when they were meant to? And the opponent's like, yes, I was aware, but I didn't want them to have their counter. They forgot it. And things do not go well for my opponent, because that is not a thing that you're allowed to just let your opponent ignore, because it's not a trigger. And there's like a 15 or 20 minute judge call, and he gets called away from the table to talk to someone who can speak his language. And at some point, a little bit later, judges come over and are like, your opponent has been DQ'd. You win this round. I'm very... Like, at this point, I still don't even know the rules that well on, like, policy and stuff. I'm just, like, very confused by everything that's just happened. So, that was, like, kind of awkward. I think I lost... The final loss of the day was, like... I kept a hand with a bunch of removal, and my opponent plays, like, a ramp spell into turn 5, the 4/2 prowess hexproof. I'm just looking at my removal spells. I'm like, I can't do anything. And then they play a Sara in the turn afterwards, and I'm like, I still can't kill anything. I have all these like -2/-2 enchantments and stuff, and I can't kill any of your creatures with my murderous cuts. It was a rough way to miss day 2. So this is first PPTQ in the new season. Yeah, this is at Comparial Muso. So the rules at like FNM are a lot kinder and a lot more like forgiving, and recognize that, you know, a lot of people probably mean well, but at the GP, the judges just thought my opponent was cheating, and that's, you know, how they deal with cheaters at GPs. So FNMs are a lot less scary. FNMs tend to be very welcoming in regards to rule stuff. Yeah, exactly. Irregular Ariel, let's all have a fun competition, tournament, event, whatever. We'll have fun. I read comp at the end, it like tripped me up. Comp Ariel, let's have a fair as possible tournament. Exactly, Paul. So we have a first PPTQ of the new season. Of course, the PPTQ system worked that whenever you won one, you couldn't play them until the next season started anymore, to stop you like stealing spots off people or whatever. I actually took a brief break from Blue-Black Control. This was the red-white Ben Stark kind of mid-range deck. It was so sweet. It played Outpost Siege as kind of its main, and Soulfire Grandmaster, its 2 main win cons, where you just hope to outcard advantage your opponent. And you had like Rabble Master and Hordling Outburst and Seeker of the Way as like these aggressive cards and a bunch of removal. But if your opponent dealt with your early aggression, you'd land a Soulfire Grandmaster and just start casting Hordling Outburst every turn, or Stoke the Flames every turn with it. Or you'd land an Outpost Siege, which draws you a card every turn, essentially. And you just play like half your deck with this Outpost Siege. It was a really sweet deck. I enjoyed it a lot. You don't remember at all? Yeah, it was only a thing for like a couple of weeks, but it was so good against the Abzan decks that they started putting like a Back to Nature or 2 in the sideboard. Because Back to Nature was really good against this deck, it had like Outpost Siege and Chain to the Rocks. So you'd frequently kill like 3 things, like 3 of your opponent's best cards. You know, went like 3 and 2, it's fine, but really enjoyed that deck. And then I go to Area 51 to play a standard PPTQ. This time I'm back on Blue-Black, and I end up winning the event. I can't remember very much about it, other than at this point my Blue-Black deck was starting to get very cute. There were lots of like silly one-offs that I just adored, which I felt like I could include because I just knew the deck so well. I'd been playing it for like 7 months. I just knew what cards would work in the deck. And Ryan would like suggest weird cards to me all the time, and I'd be like, you know what, that's kind of cool. So I had like a single Font of Fortunes in the deck, which I really loved. I had a single copy of Palace Siege that was great, because you just drain your opponent out, or like pad out your life total so they couldn't kill you or burn you out anymore. Just a bunch of fun ofs in this Blue-Black Control deck. End up taking down the event. There are like a lot of name players here. Like we've got Dom Harvey, who's now on the SCG tour. We've got a bunch of people I've like mentioned throughout who are like key to me learning and big part of the community there at the time. Dragons of Tarkir game day. Oh, does this feature the famous? This is so good. This is so good. So I play this game day again at Forbidden Planet, and I'm playing my Blue-Black deck, and Ryan's playing Esper Dragons, and we get paired up in round 2. And At one point, I know the bottom 20 cards of my library from my dig through times. I've written down the bottom 20 cards of my library in order on my piece of paper as I've been putting them at the bottom. And I'm a pretty slow player, and was playing particularly slowly because I really wanted to win against Ryan. And Ryan's like a really slow player. So at some point, time is called, and I have no win conditions left in my deck. And Ryan has no win conditions left in his deck. He has like 4 cards left, and I have 6. So he's gonna deck out first. He's like, well, there's 5 extra turns. Yes, it's a draw. I'm like, oh my god. Oh my god. And we get the fabled 0-0 draw at game day. Oh, it was so good. That was truly the start of a Lily clock, or a Lily time, or whatever you want to call it. Like, oh my word. Alright, we have my first ever RPTQ. This is again with blue-black, as always, throughout this entire year. So, I go 2 and 4 at my first ever RPTQ. These things are like not the hardest events in the world, but they are pretty challenging. You know, the quality of the players there is harder than at the old PTQs. It's just the events are smaller and shorter. But everyone who's there has had to qualify to get there, right? So I'm playing my blue-black deck. I don't really remember much about it. I remember losing to Nissa at some point, and that being really heartbreaking, because Perilous Vault does not exile Nissa lands. Just a Nissa eternally my curse in all standard formats. Destined to beat me up. Did I play blue-black for everything because it's the only deck you had access to, or was it the deck you wanted to play for everything? It's kind of a bit of both. Like, realistically, if I wanted to play a different deck, I probably could have borrowed one of Ryan. Or, like, traded into it. I traded into the red-white deck because I just really enjoyed it and thought it was sweet. But I was mainly playing blue-black just because I knew it really well, and I thought it was so fun. Like, you just had these, like, really intense games, and when you started winning, you got to win for a long time, which is very enjoyable. Classic control player problem, right? So, first ever RPTQ, didn't go so well. Then we have the PPTQ season for the modern PPTQs. We're going back to Zendikar with Suma Nissa is, so I will continue to lose to Nissa. Good to know. Oh my gosh. So I think at this one I play Azorius Tron, because I kind of just want to mess around. I want to play my pet deck. I know it's not very good. My result kind of matches that knowledge. Go 2 and 3, you know, like you do. And then the next modern PPTQ comes up, and I'm like, well, I should take this one seriously. I've won the second PPTQ of the first 2 PPTQ seasons. I'm gonna take this one seriously. I just built Affinity. I was like, I'm gonna take Affinity to this. And I end up winning the PPTQ, the second PPTQ of the season for the 3rd season in a row. And end up winning against one of the people in the car who was in the car with me in the final round. I think game 3 is like wild. I keep kind of a weak hand. Maybe I shouldn't have kept it. And Nathan is playing Jeskai Geist. And he ends up like going to kill my Ravager. And I had like a bad first couple of draw steps too. I'm just like, I don't think I can win with this hand if you have another removal spell in your Lightning Bolt Path to Exile cryptic command nonsense deck that, you know, has a ton of removal. I think I just have to go all in. I just make a 5/5 Inkmoth Nexus. I crew it up next turn and attack for 5. I crew it up next turn and attack for 5, and he casts a Restoration Angel, and I'm like, wow, this is it. And I Galvanic Blast the Restoration Angel and end up winning. I'm just like, how did I beat this Jeskai deck by going all in after one removal spell? Like, that matchup was really bad too. I felt very, very lucky to win by going all in like that. I don't think I ever win that game if I play it more cautiously either, is the sick thing. And then we have the big moment. So this is up in Huddersfield. Thank you, DCI record. Huddersfield. And we have my second ever RPTQ, which is Dragons of Tarkir sealed. The best thing is, not only do I win this event with my dragons, I'm gonna see if I can. I'm gonna quickly, let's see if I can find this. Dragons of Tarkir, because I think the deck list is published somewhere, maybe. Maybe. I want to see if I can find it. I maybe should have done this beforehand. I think I've seen it online somewhere before. Sealed RPTQ. I might give up on this in a moment, because my name is attached to a lot of things that are not this RPTQ. I do not think I'm going to find it. Alright, whatever. Anyway, I qualify with a Mardu sealed deck. And my deck is pretty good. It isn't great. It's just like a very solid sealed deck, a bunch of removal, some like good but not exciting rares. Key thing though, I do have an Alesha in my deck, so it was just destiny, right? Destiny to take down this sealed event. Yeah, it was actually a pretty reasonable sealed format. I agree, Max. I enjoyed it. And very important that there was an Alesha in it. Yeah, it's very good lore. I agree. Definitely agree with that. And I end up winning the first 5 rounds. I'm like shocked by this because, like, so I traveled up with John Hancox and Chris Bateman, who were like two local players who grinded a little bit, but not necessarily a huge amount. And we stayed overnight nearby. I remember like the night beforehand we were making seal pools, and the morning of we were making seal pools. And I was still at this point where I wasn't trying to qualify. I was playing this qualifier because I qualified for it. And because it was like the highest level competition I'd had access to, right? So I like, oh my gosh, Sean, you are amazing. Thank you. This is it. This is my regional Pro Tour qualifier report. I don't know that I'm gonna read through it, but I can show the, oh no, this is awkward. I was gonna show the deck list. How do I do this? There we go. So this is the deck list I had. Oh no, this is maybe the pool? I don't know. Oh yeah, this is the seal pool. You could previously see it, but I guess the website broke, so you couldn't see it properly. And this is my final deck. So I have an Alesha, I have a Crater Elemental, which is like a very fine but unexciting rare, but it's really good with Alesha. When you attack with your Alesha, you can return your Crater Elemental to play, and they probably can't kill it in combat, and then you get to kill another creature next turn. Yeah, Goblin Heel Cutter is a great card. I really love that card. Anything else of note? Not really. There's some like solid removal. Reach of Shadows, Sarkhan's Rage, Hearth Sustenance, Sandblast. Solid removal. Had to play like a pretty aggressive role in most matchups. My deck definitely couldn't go long against the bomb heavy decks, but it's very reasonable. And very capable of like, you know, getting the early aggression on. And there's like a report here. I might drop this in the Discord if people really want to read it. I'm not going to read it all right now. But I do remember the final round. The final round was really intense. Because I got given a misruling in one of the games that might have even cost me the game. So my final round of the tournament was against Aiden Chalk, who played with us playing against each other with a Pro Tour invite. There were some interesting sequences, in particular a series of turns that consisted of me trying desperately to make sure that neither of a string of 2 Noxious Dragons 2-for-1'd me. But probably the biggest thing I took away from this round is a judge call that went wrong. A judge call gave my opponent a misruling that worked out pretty strongly in his favor, and despite the ruling not quite making intuitive sense to me, I didn't appeal it. because I figured the judge must know what they were talking about. So the ruling was there was a fight spell. My opponent had a creature, and I had a creature. I was like, if I kill their creature, does that stop the fight spell from working? And they gave me the rule that it was like works on last known information, so my creature still dies. And then came back to me after the game was over and was like, hey, sorry, we gave you a misrolling. We're really sorry about this. If you'd used the removal spell, it would actually have worked. So, cue my slightly crushed feelings when the judge returned 3 turns later to say that they got the ruling wrong and that the game had proceeded so far since the misrolling that it couldn't be rewound. Thankfully, this misrolling didn't end up costing me the Pro Tour slot, but the incident, in addition to talking to a few of the great staff of judges we had for the event after the match had finished, did teach me an important lesson. If you have even the slightest, smallest bit of doubt about a ruling, then appeal. You aren't being a nuisance by doing so, you aren't insulting that judge's appeal abilities, and you're simply making sure that things get resolved properly and that you can feel comfortable about the ruling being given. So that was like a really, really, good learning moment. And luckily it didn't cost me the Pro Tour invite, or that would have been heartbreaking. And it felt good. Like, I was never trying to qualify for the Pro Tour in the same way a lot of people were. I was just playing these events because they were the highest level events I could play, and I was learning a lot from them. But getting to the point where I qualified for a Pro Tour was still a big milestone, right? At this point, I'd been playing for, a little over 2 years? Yeah, I agree. The person that wrote that article, very smart, and you should follow their advice, Sean. Completely agree. Oh, I should reopen the article so I can post it in the Discord if people want to see it. So yeah, I ended up qualifying, and we went out for like a celebratory meal afterwards. There was just like a lot of excitement in the car home. Like, obviously Chris and John were a bit sad they didn't qualify, but they were so happy for me and it was really great to see that. Really, really great knowing that like other people were happy for my success. So we have that coming up, my first ever Pro Tour, which will be Battle for Zendika. So we have a Grand Prix trial at Rules of Play, which I really don't remember at all, but that's apparently a thing that happened. That's up in Cardiff? Who knows? There's there's the World Magic Cup qualifier where I went 2-2, and then I probably dropped to play side events. Yeah, this is modern. Skipped GP London. Oh my god, these GPs are killing me. I just can't see them. Thank you, Max. Appreciate you. Indeed, Dokomori. There's a few events. I'm surprised how much I'm remembering. It's sweet. I've forgotten about a bunch of this stuff too. Oh my gosh. Yeah, GP London looks skippable. I played my blue-black control deck. I played it with a singleton sideboard, because I think when I was like running up to the event, I had like 11 cards and two ofs. I was like, well, you don't get this close to a singleton sideboard and not commit. And, went poorly. Deck was not very good anymore. It probably stopped being good a few months earlier, to be completely honest, but I really loved it. Played against Niels Molle, who would be... I did not realize I ever played him in this event. This is really cool. He was team captain for my second World Magic Cup, and was also one of my teammates on Axiom Now. I'd never realized I played against him here. That's really sweet. Yeah, it's really cool, Phil. All these names that are like, I just don't remember facing them early on. They end up being like, key parts of my Magic career one way or another, right? Oh, Jan ended up becoming a successful player. I don't recognize that name, but I will take your word on it, Max. So we have a World Magic Cup qualifier. I think I went... Oh, this is with Dredge. This is Breakout of Dredge in Modern. This is really cool. I was like the first person I knew to be on Dredge. This was like before an article about a deck would be released and everyone be playing it within half a day. So like this Lishi Chan like wrote about Dredge because was this must be, maybe it wasn't. No, I don't know what deck this was. It's in Modern. I'm being silly. I don't know what I played in this event. Maybe it was just Affinity. It was probably just Affinity, right? Yeah, Dredge came out of Shadows of Innistrad. You're right, Crottle. That's what I realized there. This is just Affinity. This is just like some events of Affinity. Whatever. We have a PPTQ. This is Standard again. So this is September. What set came out after Origins? Oh, that was Battle for Zendika. So this was still... I assume this was still before BFC? Because this is really early September, so I'm probably still playing Blue-Black at this point. I don't remember anything about this event at all. I lost to Jeskai. Oh, this was with Red Green Monsters. I borrowed Red Green Monsters off someone because I just wanted to change the pace. I wanted to try out some of the decks I'd never played before to widen my range because I've been playing Blue Black Control for a year. I just wanted to try out new decks. So like the final like 2 or 3 weeks of Standard, I just started borrowing decks off Ryan. I borrowed like the Sphinx's Rev deck at some point, I think. Oh no, I guess that was a year earlier. I definitely borrowed Red Green Monsters though, and enjoyed that deck a lot. You do like silly things with Nykthos. What was the biggest X I activated Pelucranos with? I'm not sure. It must have been large. Those Nykthos decks are really silly. So we have Grand Prix Madison. So this is where it all starts. So yeah, Grand Prix Madison was my first overseas GP. It's like, what, my 4th GP ever? So in the run-up to PT Milwaukee, which is going to be next weekend, one of the lessons that Ryan taught me was, you aren't as experienced as the other players there. Picking up a deck a couple days beforehand is going to be a really bad idea. So instead, I think it's a good idea to choose a deck from the week 1 SCG things event and just spend 2 weeks learning it, know it inside out. And that's the best way you'll have a shot. So I started learning Green-White Megamorph in the run-up to this event, and then flew overseas on my own for the first time ever to the US. It's a really long trip. It was like, stay overnight in Birmingham Airport, barely sleep, get on a plane, fly to Milwaukee, get a coach over to Madison, and then go to my Airbnb, like some like student's room, and he was like leaving for the weekend or whatever. Yeah, coach is a bus. Sorry, it's a bus. Sure. And this GP was stacked because this is back then you'd end up with all the PT players at the GP the week before the PT, because they all be out there to prepare and test for the PT, right? And there were just so many named players. Like Alex Hain is like my first time playing against a really big name pro who I recognized. Andre was like my second time playing against someone like that. The Shahar, BBD. I recognize Bill Chronopoulos. I can't remember what he's known for, but like all these players, day 2, I recognize the name of at the very least. Most of them are big name players, right? Cuneo as well. So this is a really serious, intense event. I went 8-1 on day 1 with some sort of like ramp deck. I remember the final round of day 1, I played against Gideon, ally of Zendika, and It was like a really, really tough match. And I spend like just every single turn trying not to get 2-for-1'd by this Gideon, trying to like pressure it and keep my opponent's battlefield under control whilst not letting myself get 2-for-1'd, and just like narrowly win out against it. And both my draft decks on day 2 suck, because I don't really know how to draft at this point. I drafted at Area 51. I've learned to draft against, you know, the better players at store level, but I don't know how to draft against, you know, Andrew Cuneo and BBD yet by any means. So even though I crushed day 1, I kind of failed a bit on day 2. I was still very happy with my result. I've got to say, Madison and Milwaukee were kind of lonely events for me, because I'd never been a big part of like the Magic grinder scene, right? The people I was going to these events with were my friends from the store, who none of the people I was traveling in the car with had ever queued for a PT. They were all just people from the store who wanted to, like, you know, go to events to hang out with friends and have some fun. But I was never a big part of like teams or anything like that. So when I went to this event, I just didn't know anyone. Even when I went to the PT, I ended up finding a testing group last minute to work with, but they were all people I didn't know well at the time. A bunch of them I know now. There was Lewis Marshall and Sam Rolfe and a few others, but I know, right? It's like the best reason to go to events is to have fun, hang out with friends. Strong recommend. So I came 50th, best placing in the GP yet, by a pretty big distance. Just, I was very proud of the result, even if it was a bit sad initially. And then we get to the big moment. Kind of the moment when I first became, like, known to some extent. My first ever Pro Tour. I'd been playing Green-White Megamorph for 2 weeks, because Ryan said, I think this deck's good. I think this is a good deck for you to settle in on 2 weeks before the event. I was like, okay, I'm just going to trust your judgment. It seems really fun. It was a really cool deck. It had Den Protector, had Death Mist Raptor, Dromoka's Command, Warden of the First Tree. You play, your top end was like Wingmate Rock. It was just this like very proactive deck, pretty aggressive really. You could grind with Death Mist Raptor and Den Protector, but you were really looking to kill your opponent, like, fairly quickly. You couldn't play in the late game very well. And the big changes I made to it, I had access to Gideon Ally of Zendika, the people who'd, you know, let me test with them at the last minute. Had like 30 Gideons in the house they weren't using. But I just didn't like the card because I felt it didn't play very well from behind. And I felt like the deck was so good at pressuring its opponent and playing from ahead, and so bad at playing from behind. This was the deck you played. Oh, thank you, Sean. You're great. Really appreciate it. So this is the deck list that I went 9-1 with in the constructed portion of my first ever Pro Tour. So the big changes I had, one was I replaced Gideon with Archangel of Tithes. The thinking being it played a lot. It was still really good when you were ahead. If you were ahead and you played an Archangel, your opponent was going to die the next turn. So it's still it was like maybe a bit worse than Gideon when you were ahead, but it's still good enough. But when you were behind, it was so much better, and it was such a beating in the mirrors. Because you would play your Archangel on turn 4, and that means your opponent couldn't raid their Wingmate Rock on turn 5. Because they couldn't pay a mana to attack and have 5 mana for the Wingmate Rock. What was the thinking behind the one Whisperwood? I just wanted like a bit of insulation against sweepers, I guess. I felt like varying your threats is good. This is something I just kind of generally believe. Even now, just like, there are a lot of times where having 3 copies of one threat and 1 of another can be better than having 4 copies of the better threat, just because it gives you more options. Oh, A Lily DT, right. I get your joke now, Dokumoy. Dub. But I love this deck. It's so much fun. Another thing I did was I trimmed down Hangerback Walker, because that wasn't a card that killed your opponent very well. I definitely saw this as like an aggro deck. This was like a fine card, but I really wanted to be killing my opponent, and this card was like, you know, a little slow at that. I had Knight of the White Orchid too, which was new tech. Other people weren't playing this card. Because I wanted to be better when I was on the draw. It was the same thing as my reasoning behind Archangel Types. I wanted, when I was on the draw, to be better at playing catch-up. Because I felt like the deck was already so good when you were ahead. When you're on the play and when you're ahead and pressuring your opponent, your card only being a 2-mana for 2/2 first striker was still fine. And when you were behind, the fact to let you catch up on mana was huge and could be just game breaking sometimes. So I was really proud of this list. I put a lot of work into it. Maybe I build it a bit different if I was to play the event nowadays. But I feel like I made a lot of weird choices and like I was largely rewarded for them. Shame I couldn't afford Gideon's, indeed. So let's see. Who did I face? Niels Norlander I teamed with for PT25. Did not realize he's my first ever opponent at PT. Donald Smith now works in R&D. That's really exciting. R&D or something like that. He works in Wizards, right? Donald Smith Jr. Thanks, Lorelei. Matt Nass, I faced a couple times in my first few PTs. I ended up beating like a 4-color draft deck of his. And then my final 2 rounds are against Seth Manfield, who's on the Ataka red aggro deck with Become Immense and Team Battle Rage. And I ended up narrowly beating him, thanks in part to the Archangels being good against him. And then I faced Sam Black in the final round, which is like really cool because, you know, he's a friend of mine now. I really enjoy his company, and it's kind of a sweet memory to look back on. Like, this person who I'm friends with now, a few years earlier, I faced in my final round of my first ever PT, and he remembers that moment. Remembers me being like, you know, most people are able to contain their excitement when they win. So this is like a big thing. I'm a good loser. When I lose in paper, I don't get very upset. I like contain my emotions, you know, try and be respectful to my opponent. I'm an awful winner. When I win, I can't hold back my happiness, no matter what I do. And he remembers seeing me respond that way, and like, you know, thinking that he'd not really seen many people respond that way at, you know, Pro Tour level. I think found it endearing or whatever. So that was really cool. I went 3-3 in the drafts. So like, I was really bad at drafting. I felt lucky to go 3-3. When I 2-1 with my second draft deck, I felt like a miracle had occurred. Like, it was, I really needed to learn to draft after that. PT was like one of my big takeaways, and I still didn't really learn to do it for a little while. But thank you, Vivi. Oh my gosh. But I went like 12-4, which is virtual top 8 record. There were 12-4s who made top 8, but I missed out on tiebreakers because I picked up my losses really early. And it was like a really big moment. My like Twitter, from my perspective at the time, kind of exploded because Rich Hagen gave me a shout out on coverage because, you know, someone who isn't a cis guy doing well at a tournament, and from his perspective, he was excited to see an English person do well at a tournament as well. He definitely, like, you know, slipped a bit of that bias jokingly into there, and everyone, like, there were just a ton of people who were really excited to see someone outside the norm do well at their first ever Pro Tour, you know, outside of the norm for Magic or whatever, like competitive Magic. Just, you don't, at the Pro Tour level, you just don't see many people who aren't cis guys, right? And it was a really exciting moment for like a lot of people, I think. Like the first time I ever streamed was after that event, like a week or two after, and the stream quality was pretty bad. I never done it before. I was using the microphone on my webcam, and such, but I still just got like 50 viewers because people are really or 60 viewers or something, because people are really excited just to see someone new to the competitive Magic scene, and that was really cool. Amusingly, first game day back after this, I end up winning, and people face me in this game day and just like roll their eyes that they have to face this person who came 11th at the Pro Tour. It was amusing to me. So I was never interested in traveling around for Grand Prix that much. Like, I enjoyed the idea, but they're expensive, and I didn't think I'd do well enough to get, to earn my money back or whatever. But after I went to the PT, I was soft blocked for silver because I'd gotten 15 pro points from going 12 and 4 at my first PT. And I was auto-queued for the second PT for doing well, which meant I was going to get 3 pro points there to get me to the first threshold for silver. And hitting silver was going to qualify me for my third PT. What did silver do? So the main thing it did is it would qualify you for an extra Pro Tour. So it would mean that I would be qualified for 3 Pro Tours in a row. And I was like, this is my shot. And maybe I didn't really feel ready enough yet. I felt like I maybe got a bit lucky at my first PT, and I'm still learning a lot. But I was like, hey, if there's ever a time to try and do this, it's when I have 15 pro points and I'm qualified for 2 more Pro Tours, right? So I decide I want to try and see if I can hit gold. And if I can't, it's not the end of the world. But if I can, that would be really sweet. And I decide to start booking to travel to a bunch of Grand Prix in Europe when I've up until this point, the only time I've traveled on my own was that one trip to the US. Yeah, gold gets you on all the PTs. Yep, exactly. So this is standard GP in Brussels. This is the breakout tournament for Rally the Ancestors combo. So the 2 best decks at this tournament are Rally the Ancestors combo and Esper Dragons. And that's kind of the story of the tournament. Esper Dragons trying to fight back against Rally, maybe not succeeding to. Rally doing really well. And I remember feeling kind of bad, because in the run-up to the tournament, I was tempted to play Rally, because I'd seen that Matt Nass had done pretty well with it at the Pro Tour, and it seemed sweet. And I think a couple people had said, you've got your deck you're good with, and this Rally deck doesn't really look like a thing, and I just kind of accepted that and never tried it out. And, nowadays I play enough where if I saw a deck like that, I would absolutely try it. But back then, I just didn't play enough. I didn't have enough of the cards of Magic Online, and I don't think it had none. Oh yeah, maybe it did have Nantuko Husk at that point. I don't remember the exact lists because they changed over time a lot, Crottle. But yeah, I think it had Nantuko Husk, and it was trying to combo people out by bringing back a bunch of creatures. I'm not sure, Phil. I feel like it did, but I might be wrong. But I remember wanting to play that deck, and I just decided not to. And then it ended up crushing the GP, and I felt kind of silly. What I played was, I played Bant Megamorph. Yeah, I played green-white, but I splashed blue Dokomoy for Disdainful Stroke, because the ramp matchup was really hard. It was really hard to beat someone ramping into Ugin and Ulamog. And Disdainful Stroke did a lot of work for helping beat that deck more consistently. So I was splashing blue for that. And the blue definitely, won me a bunch of games. I think I did win my match against Ramp in this GP, thanks to it. I really don't remember much about the rounds, but I really liked the Bant Megamorph deck. It was definitely weaker than when I played Megamorph at the PT. All the other decks had evolved, and I hadn't necessarily evolved enough with the format at that point. Was still very much in my habit of just playing the deck I know. So probably skip over some of the smaller events now. With the Cobb Gallery Center, Pro Tour Oath of the Gatewatch. An unceremonious 3-5. I'm going to refill my water a sec, because I have been talking for 2 hours nonstop, and my water bottle is empty. I need to look after myself. Yeah, this is PT Eldrazi. PT Spaghetti Monsters. When Oath of the Eldrazi broke... So this is a modern Pro Tour. This is when Oath of the Eldrazi just broke modern for 3 months. And some number of people were in on the secret, and not everyone was. And I did not play Eldrazi, because I am very silly DC. We did not know that Eldrazi was broken. We thought it had potential, but we were seeing the Magic Online lists that were like Rakdos Eldrazi with, you know, a bunch of Blight Herders and Relic of Progenitus instead of the hyper-tuned aggro decks you saw at the PT. I'm just gonna have some water a sec. Who did I test with for this? So the Scottish national team ended up top 8ing the World Magic Cup at the end of the previous year, and they all qualified for this event as a result. So I ended up teaming with them and with Dom Harvey, who had also queued by playing Amulet back when Summer Bloom was still legal, and then Summer Bloom got banned after he qualified. That made things a little more awkward. Maybe that was after Summer... Maybe... I think Summer Bloom was banned at that point. Maybe I'm wrong. I can't remember. My timeline on that is a bit off. But Dom played Affinity at this PT. I played Abzan midrange, because this is before I accepted that Jund and Jund-adjacent strategies are bad. I know, right? Okamoi, I played Abzan midrange at the Spaghetti Monster Pro Tour. What a bad moment in my Magic history. Yeah, I recognize a few names here. I didn't really recognize any names at the time other than Ole, and Ricky Chin was actually the other person in the race against me for Rookie of the Year. We were the 2 people with the most points entering this event. And him beating me in the final rounds that he would make day 2 and I wouldn't was really crushing, because, you know, that meant he would just have such a leg up in the Rookie of the Year race and I just wouldn't have a chance. So that was like a sad moment for me. It was a really brutal set of games too. I faced Affinity twice in the modern portion, and I won the 2 games where I didn't draw Stony Silence, and lost all 4 games where I drew Stony Silence. Just won both game 1s, and then all my sideboard games I drew Stony Silence and died. Just in like the most laughable fashions. Just like, I play Stony Silence, they resolve Girapari for grid. I resolve Stony Silence, but a Signal Pest already has a Cranial Plating on it. I resolve Stony Silence and stare at the engineered explosives in my hand. I resolve Stony Silence and it gets Nature's claimed after I path to exile my opponent into a forest. just crushing ways to go down. So that was a hell of a bet. The path to exile into the forest was particularly choice, because lists were not playing forest back then. Yeah, I should probably do that, Lorelei. You raise a good point. I have a bad habit with modern PTs of playing awful black-green decks instead of playable decks. Or, you know, broken decks. This is a pretty good event outside of this. The Scottish team was pretty good fun. I got to meet Jarvis for the first time. Jarvis came over on the final day of testing, because I think he knew Dom. And, you know, I got to meet him, and he gave me like a little bit of advice and stuff. On the final day of the event, because I wasn't at the event itself, I met someone really cool in Atlanta, which like makes it like really memorable for me. Then we get to regional Pro Tour qualifier for Pro Tour Madrid. Where I go 2 and 5, lose my first 2 rounds, win the next 5. Can anyone remember what standard format this is? What sets came out? Oh, so this, I hadn't been playing standard much at this point. I was in a relationship that had like taken up a lot of my energy for a little while, and I just hadn't kept up with standard very much. Was taking a bit of a break after the PT and stuff, and so I literally just like threw together a Bant collected company deck that I saw online, changed a bunch of the cards to make it look how I wanted it to be, and took it there 0 games played, and went like 2 and 5, 5 and 2. Awkwardly losing the beginning rounds rather than the later ones, but you know. This event was really badly run. I hated this event. Whenever they put up the pairings for round, they put them up outside, and they made everyone go downstairs to go outside so that you could read the pairings. Because they didn't want everyone clustered around inside the store. It was awful. We were all out in like the cold reading the pairings off the front door. It was so bad. Oh, I remember it, Luke. Everyone complained about it for so long after that event. I remember people on Axiom were still complaining about it like 2 years later. So now we have Grand Prix Bologna. So this is one where I stayed overnight in the airport twice. I stayed overnight in the airport on the way there, and overnight in the airport on the way back. Because it saved me costs on accommodation, and I did not have that much money to be going around traveling to events across Europe, so it sounds awful. I do not recommend it. I cannot recommend this as a strategy, in fact. I certainly would never do that nowadays, but back then I just didn't really have the money to be going to these events. I was traveling off the money I got from like the PT I did well at, right? I was trying to make it last as long as possible, so just stayed overnight in the airport twice. Second time I battled Bill Chronopoulos. Nicely observed. Yeah, this was the Eldrazi Winter GP. That Kaya Patel ended up winning, which is a really exciting moment. Kay is a great guy. Was the leader of Team Axion for my entire time when I was on that team. He's a very good team leader. Greatly enjoyed that. I played an awful deck in this GP, but retrospectively feel very lucky to have gone 9 and 6. I played Bant Flickerwisp. You know, in the middle of Eldrazi Winter, it was like Reflector Mages, Flickerwisps, Mana Dorks, Collected Companies, Eternal Witnesses, Phantasmal Images, and the joke was that once you draw an Eternal Witness and a Coco, you just cast Coco every turn for the rest of the game. Because I cast Coco, I hit a Flickerwisp, target my Eternal Witness. I cast a Coco, hitting a Phantasmal Image, copying my Eternal Witness, and you just kept returning the Coco every turn. And you'd get these games where, like, from turn 3 onwards, you cast Coco literally every turn of the game, until your opponent just, like, crumbled to your really mopey, awful creatures. Indeed. I think I went like 2 and 2 against Eldrazi at this event or something. I did okay against it, I guess. Reflector Mage is really good against them, as is Phantasmal Image. Phantasmal Imaging their creatures is just a good feeling. But the deck was awful. I cannot recommend that anyone actually play it. I wish I could go back and tell myself to, like, be sensible. But I don't know, I had like an individualistic streak at the time where I just wanted to play like my pet deck or whatever all the time. And it definitely held me back a bit at points that I wasn't like, you know, trying to find the best deck and play that all the time instead. Grand Prix trial. Oh, this isn't too relevant, whatever. We have pre-release. Ooh, Grand Prix Barcelona. So this is right before the Pro Tour. I did awfully. It was Shadows over Innistrad Sealed. Opened an unplayable pool. Showed it to like Eduardo and he gave it a 3 out of 10 or something. I was also just not very good at Sealed at the time. So having like a pretty bad pool didn't help. Not a very notable event. And then this is my first time ever working with a big testing team. I think this is my only time working with a really big testing team. So Eduardo, Saj Gallic, and I don't know if anyone else was in charge of getting it all together, but he put together a big testing house of like 14 people. And it was a bunch of the English people who were qualified, so myself, Kea, Tom Law, Zhao, then there were Simon Gertzen and his brother, and a bunch of like the Germans, and we were like in this house for 5 days or so leading up to the event. Ooh, see ya, Gatekeeper. And I also played an unplayable deck at this event, which I think was like, if I'd been preparing for the event on my own, I think I would have been. Yeah, this is when Eduardo was still English. If I played prepared for this event on my own, I would have just ended up playing Bant Coco. And I think if Eduardo had prepared for this event on his own, he would have ended up playing a playable deck. But we were very bad influences on each other. We found, so Francesco Giorgio, who's also qualified in the team, he found a blue-black Demonic Pact deck online that he really liked the look of. And was like, hey, this did well on an online event. I think there might be something to it. It looks pretty sweet. And Eduardo and I are like, oh, this is really cool. And we started playing the deck a bunch. And the joke was you played... What's the Dark Petition? You played Dark Petition and Crush of Tentacles. So the idea was you would play your Demonic Pact, and then you would cast Dark Petition later in the game to go get Crush of Tentacles to return the Demonic Pact to your hand and make an 8/8. So you just get these like really big swings where like your opponent wouldn't be able to keep up with the value from the Demonic Pact, and getting to like Surge or Crush of Tentacles off of Dark Petition was really sick too. And we were like doing really well over it in the testing house. I was playing it against Dominic Gertzen a bunch, and managing to beat him when he was playing his White Weenie deck. And Eduardo and I are really excited about the deck and thought there was something to it. We were both just winning with it a lot. And then, like, after a couple days of testing it, when we both feel pretty locked in, Simon Gertzen is just, like, shaking his head, just like, how can you think this deck is playable? And he just comes over and picks up the White Weenie deck that his brother was playing and starts playing against me. And, like, I was undefeated against his brother, but against Simon, I, like, win, like, a third of my games. I just get crushed. And, Eduardo and I start to have our doubts. And I'm like, maybe I should be swapping deck. Maybe this isn't actually good. But I end up deciding to play it anyway, because it's like, you know, still like only like a day and a half before the event, and doesn't feel like time to swap to something else. And also, like, I think at the time I had this very bad attitude towards preparing for events with teams, and I've got a lot better with it, but I definitely had this feeling that I felt bad about the idea of swapping off of the blue-black deck, because I felt like I'd be like abandoning my teammates, right? They would be playing the deck, and like I wouldn't be, and that's just a really bad attitude to take. Like, ultimately, there is an extent to which you're just responsible for yourself when you're entering the event. And, like, you're trying to help your teammates and help them do the best they can, but like at the end of the day, you're registering your deck for yourself, and I was just like, I took a very bad attitude towards it. I think if like that was nowadays and I'd been caught in a situation like that, I'd hope I would recognize it and like still just move off it onto something better. But I did pretty badly in the event. I got a draw against Matt Nass, my second time playing against him in draft at a PT. I feel kind of bad about this retrospectively. He had a really sick Seasons Pass deck, and I had a deck with the Mill 13 card for 2 blue, Startled Awake, and he played out this Golem where you recur things to the bottom of your library, and as long as the Golem was in play, the Startled Awake just couldn't kill him. And the game just went super long because my main win condition just couldn't mill him out anymore. And he started casting Seasons Past every single turn. Like once he'd milled his own deck manually. And after like the second time casting it, we were at the end of turns, and I felt kind of bad because I could never win that game in a million years. But I ended up not scooping, like probably cared too much or whatever. I don't know. His deck was really cool. It's Grand Prix trial? I think this is a Wintergoif event. No, this isn't the Wintergoif event. Alright, well, I did fine in it. Lost a bit. Oh, this is so sick. This event is so stupid. This is one of my favorite stories to tell. So it's in Cardiff, being held at some like little games convention that's happening, and I travel across in the car with Mike Evans and Alex Wilson, who are two of my favorite people to travel to events with back then. And I'm playing Jund. Alex is playing his blue-red thing in the ice deck, and Mike's playing the same sort of Is It Delvery deck that he lost in the quarterfinals of the PTQ a little while back with. And we go to this modern event, and it's, 33 players. There's, I think, a Tarmogoyf for first place, which is pretty exciting first place prize back then. It was back when they were like $200. And all three of us end up top 8ing. I end up drawing with Alex in the 6th round. Just all three of us top 8. It's so sick. And in the quarterfinals, Alex gets paired against someone called Ben Jones, who is now a very reasonably well-known player, known Modo grinder, like BMJ MTGO or something, and he's playing Bogles. And Alex is on the thing in the ice deck. So it's like, oh cool, he's gonna beat the Bogles player pretty easily, I imagine. He gets crushed by Bogles. Then I win my quarterfinals against Burn, and I get paired against Ben Jones. I'm like, okay, he beat my friend, I need to avenge him. Except Jund can never beat Bogles in a million years. So I very quickly die. He goes on to the finals, where he gets paired against one Michael Evans, who also just gets demolished by the Bogles player. I make a joke to Ben at the end. Oh, now you've won that Goif, you can start building an actual deck. He's like, oh, I have Jund at home. I just felt like playing Bogles today. He just tears through literally the entirety of my car in top 8. It's just complete absurdity. Just not even close to reasonable. So we go back, the entire car defeated by one Ben Jones. Bogles confirmed still OP. Wouldn't go that far. It was definitely a bit better back then. Grand Prix Manchester? What was Grand Prix Manchester? Standard. What standard format was that? So that was... Oh, I remember. I felt really bad. This is like probably the event I have the most regret over. Because in the month running up to it, I really loved this bug Seasons Pass deck. I played it a ton on Modo. I don't know if it's in my Modo results. Might be. I want to see if I can find it. Because I adored this deck. It was a delight. Maybe it's this. No, that's black, white. Maybe it just isn't here. But it was a ton of fun. So the idea was it's like a mid-range deck. You had Sylvan Advocate, you had Nissa, Vastwood Seer, Jace Vryn's Prodigy, just these like early creatures that let you get some early value going. And then you have a bunch of removal. You have maybe some like solid top end, like a Silumgar and stuff like that. And then you have the trick to the deck is you have a single copy of Seasons Past and like 2 copies of Dark Petition. And you can Dark Petition for your Seasons Past in the late game to return like 4 or 5 cards to your hand, including the Dark Petition, which then lets you Dark Petition for Seasons Past again. So this Dark Petition just lets you cast Seasons Past any turn you want for the rest of the game. And just like have unlimited copies of all the cards in your yard as long as you have enough mana to cast them. It was so much fun. It was just like, you could play these aggressive games sometimes with your Sylvan Advocates, but if the game went long, you were going to take over. I adored it, and like a few days before the event, I got really worried because no one else was really playing this deck, and I was doing okay with it online. But I hadn't really seen anyone else do well with it, and I felt like it was good, but I just didn't really believe in myself, especially after that Modern GP where I took the Bant deck and it was pretty bad. And I kind of, felt bad that like my pet deck hadn't worked out. And I saw Patrick Dickman post about this sweet sacrifice Coco deck online, killed with like Brood Monitor plus Eldrazi Displacer plus draining your opponent with a Sulaport Cutthroat whilst you flicker the Brood Monitor. And it seemed like a lot of fun. It seemed very powerful, and he said he'd just been crushing the leagues with it. I just decided to swap decks because, I wanted to trust this player who I saw was much better than myself. And the deck was a lot of fun. I did reasonably with it. I went 9-6 or something with it, which was certainly fine. But I have always regretted not just playing the bug deck, because I put so much work and love into that deck, and I thought it actually had a shot. And I kind of want to know how I would have done with it in a big event, I ended up lending it to a friend, as it turned out, and it was his first ever GP, and he ended up day 2ing with it, and doing pretty badly on day 2. But, he was so excited to day 2 his first ever event with this deck that had been lent to him, and he hadn't really played much before, and that was really sweet to see this deck that, was my pet deck actually see success in someone else's hands, was in a friend's hands too. That was Alex Wilson, who I mentioned earlier. That was really cool. This was also the event where Fabrizio got DQ'd and banned, which is really notable, because I remember people coming up to me and being like, Fabrizio's been DQ'd, he might get banned. I'm like, wait, what? And it just clicked in my head. He was the person who was in the lead for running for the English captain for Worlds that year. And he was no longer in the running. And all of a sudden it would come down to me and Francesco. Which was just absurd, right? Suddenly I go from someone being 30 points ahead of me in the standings for captain, just not a thing I could ever imagine achieving, and in a moment I'm suddenly in the running, and that was a really surreal moment, really exciting moment, right? Suddenly there's so much on the line. So we got, this is the regional Pro Tour qualifier. This is sealed up in Stansted. I did pretty badly. I felt like my deck was actually pretty good. I think I played pretty badly at a few different points. Lost to friend of the stream, Imogen Tilly, who's just excellent at limited. She's a really, really good limited player. So we have a Wild Magic Cup qualifier where I got crushed in Modern with my Affinity deck, I guess. Oh no, this was the Dredge event. This was my first event with Dredge, right? This must have been. Yeah. So this is my first ever event with Dredge. So when Lishi Chan posted an article about Dredge, I was like one of the first people on it. I read that article within like a couple of days of it going up and was like, this is really sweet. Because this was like Grave Troll had been unbanned in Modern for a little while, but people hadn't been playing it. It hadn't been good in anything. And all of a sudden, these cards are printed, Insolent Neonate and Prized Amount, and it's like, make this into a deck. And Lishi Chan is posting about it, and it looks so sweet. And I just start playing it online a ton, and win with it a ton, because it's just very strong. Like, it's still a deck, right? It's still a really good deck. Even with Grave Troll gone. And I play it at this event, and literally like 6 or 7 people I play against at this event have never seen the deck before. And they're like, wow, what are you playing? And that was so sweet. This, like, you know, one of the first weekends of this deck being a serious thing that is now just like a core part of Modern. And just almost everyone I get paired against was, wow, this is really strange. I've never seen this before. I loved that deck. It's the only Modern deck I played for several months. Once I found Dredge, I just didn't really want to play anything else in Modern until Grave Troll was banned, basically. I just played it until Grave Troll was banned and nothing else in Modern. Because it was so strong and it was just so much fun when it was at full power. Oh yeah, it's such a good feeling, BV, I agree. It's like really, really exciting and validating. We have a Wild Magic Cup qualifier where I played Dredge. Yeah. Put up like a fine record, but this is notable because this is when I moved to London. So up until this point, I lived in Bristol. I actually ran events at Excelsior for a year. I was running the FNMs and Tuesday Night Magics at Excelsior for a year before I moved. And then I moved to London, and I suddenly don't know anyone, right? Except at this event. Was I a judge? I wasn't a judge. I just TO'd the events. And, you know, made sure they were running fine and everything. I never really had to do much in the way of judge calls. I knew, like, the basics for that stuff at, like, store level, but I never really had to do it very much, thankfully. This is like my first event in London after I move, and I don't really know anyone there. And I remember getting paired against Hannah in round 3, who is now like a pretty good friend. Like, I really enjoy her company when I see her at events, and spent like a ton of time hanging out with her when I lived in London. And we get paired. I've never met her before, and we sit down for the Dredge Mirror, because by now this is a bit more of a thing. And we just have like some of the most preposterous games I ever had with Dredge in my entire life. And we're like, one of them, like, I put a Leyline of the Void into play. On turn 0, I dredged 25 cards, put like a Narcomoeba into play and nothing more. And she on turn 1 just like, Faithless Lootings, discard some creatures. Faithless Lootings, discard some creatures. Cathartic Reunion, still can't find a dredger. And she kills me with like fair beatdowns whilst like none of us can like get our decks online. I don't know. It was just all really silly. We were laughing throughout the match. And afterwards, someone called Neil comes up to me, who's now... Neil is great. He's like probably the person I hung out with most with in London from the Magic scene there. And he actually came up to me a bunch at GP Brussels. And maybe didn't like remember him that much at the time. But he was like, hey, it's good to see you again at these events. And he invited me to like come hang out with his friends a bit. And it turned out one of his friends was Hannah. And, you know, there's Nick there and Sancho and Alex and a bunch of people now whose company I really enjoy when I see them at events. And this was like when I first met all of those people. And I didn't do great in the event. One of the people in the group did. I think Dan ended up top 8ing with Infect, which was really sick. But it was just really cool, like all these friendships tracing back to them. It's like a really, really nice moment. Like, you know, Magic's about the gathering more than anything else. And all that. We've sealed GP in London. So for this GP, I prepare with this group of people I found at this event. I was preparing with Neil, I was preparing with Alex and Nick, and I think maybe Sancho prepared with us a bit, I can't remember. We like went to a pub in the evening and just built sealed pools together and talked about the cards and everything, and ended up coming 25th, which is sick. You know, beforehand I'd never drafted the set before, and I'd done like 2 sealeds online and built seal pools with my friends. So doing that well was really cool. There was also a really nice moment, it was like very validating, where Alex Watson, who is one of the people from this friend group in London, came up and watched me in one of the draft games, and I was just like doing this fit. I had a Restoration Gearsmith and Fortuitous Find. I am shocked I remember those card names. And I was just like going, okay, Restoration Angel, Restoration Gearsmith, back this, I play it, and then I like trade off some stuff, and I Fortuitous Find back the Gearsmith and something else, and I play them, and I trade off some stuff, and then I Gearsmith back a Gearsmith, and he was watching and was just like taken aback by how much value I was managing to extract out of like these loops and like set them up like far in advance and stuff. And it was really validating to have someone like notice that stuff, because I still felt like I was still at the stage where I was learning and where I like didn't really see myself as very good yet. And having someone who like saw me do stuff and was like, hey, I wouldn't have been able to do this, and it's really cool seeing you do that, was very validating and like built up my confidence for me. It's just like some random legacy thing. So Grand Prix Madrid, I come 25th again. I've told this DQ story a bunch of times, so I'm probably not gonna tell it again. It's like a really weird DQ incident in round 14 that I just like periodically say on stream. This was the Delirium versus Azorius Flash GP, and it was also the breakout GP for like the new versions of Etherworks Marvel. And I played Delirium, and I'm probably not going to retell it, Quinn, because this is already going kind of long, and I tell it a bunch, but yeah, this is Delirium versus Azorius Flash GP. I'm playing Delirium, and I come 25th for my second GP in a row, which is like this really good feeling, because all the GPs the previous year I kind of not done great at, and this definitely like built up my confidence again a bit, where like now that I wasn't competing to try and be gold anymore, and the pro points didn't matter because I wasn't trying to be national captain anymore, there was just like a bunch less pressure on me, and it meant I could just go to these GPs and not have all that weight on my shoulder, right? Oh, great job, by the way, Jason. Crushing the Magic Fest online. Yeah, that was sick. What else have we got? We've got the Pro Tour qualifier, the RPTQ. I actually end up winning this one, I think. Yeah. This is with Dredge. This is my final really big event with Dredge. I like not super sure what to play in the run up to this event. Of course, Dredge had been SCG in it. Yeah, it had a qualifier. It had an IQ, and it gave out like a bunch towards a flight that you can like go fly to the US for the SCG Open or whatever, and like had a few £100 towards that for first place. I did like kind of medium, but yeah, that was a really weird moment. I think the winner didn't actually end up going. They just like wanted to keep the cash, which kind of makes sense, right? But flying all the way out for the Open is, or for not for the Open, for the whatever it's called. It's part of the like SCG Con now. But flying all the way out for the Invitational was kind of rough from England, right? But yeah, this is our PTQ. Lots of names I remember. I played Dredge in it. One of my friends tried to convince me to add Simian Spirit Guides because apparently that was like the exciting new thing people were trying, and I goldfished with it for like an hour a couple nights before the tournament and was just like, this just feels bad to me. So I just played like a more normal version. And this was when Dredge was finally on people's radar and people were actually starting to respect it. Like at this point, people just expected Grave Troll to get the axe at some point. Like, Luke May, I think he had, like, he was playing Burn, and he had, like, a couple Rest in Peace and 3 Ravenous Trap in his sideboard, because he just didn't want to lose the Dredge. And this was just, like, the case for almost everyone in the room. And the Golgari Grave Troll version of the deck was just so strong, if you played it correctly, that you could still just play through this hate anyway. So, like, even though there was a lot of hate in the room, you could just rebuild so quickly with that Dredge 6. And I ended up taking down the event. I think I got paired against, like, Grixis Control in the top 8. And just, one of, like, the best possible matchups in the room. Which was a huge relief after, like, some really intense matches through the Swiss. It's a lot like Hogak Summer. It wasn't quite that extreme. But it was definitely the case that Dredge was just the best deck by, like, that little bit. I'm probably going to head to the bathroom in a sec. I've been talking for like 3 hours. I've still got a little bit to go. But I'll be back in just a moment. Thank you everyone for hanging out. This is actually really fun. It's been really cozy. I'll be right back. Alright. I'm just going to have some water a second before I continue any further. A moment. So what's the next thing? I win that RPTQ. So that's like my second win in 5 RPTQs, which feels pretty good. IQ that I do pretty badly at, whatever. Oh, there's a Grand Prix in Prague. What was Prague? That was sealed? So that was... That was Ether Revolt. Which, honestly, that format wasn't very noticeable to me. I'm probably gonna mostly skip over this, but I put up, like, a very medium result. I still wasn't very good at draft at this point. I hadn't really put in the effort. Oh yeah, that was the one that caught fire, Sean. That was wild. I wasn't there for that. That was on the Friday. It caught fire. No, I think it was that one, Phil. Maybe I'm wrong. It's possible I'm wrong, but whichever one it was, I showed up on the Saturday, so I missed the fire. There was a GP Prague I went to where the venue caught fire on the Friday though, and they had to evacuate everyone, and I felt very fortunate that I didn't travel in early to do like side events or whatever, because that would have been rough. Then we have Pro Tour Ether Revolt, which I prepared with online with a collection of people. I know Sam Rolfe was a part of the people preparing for it. I really don't remember many people beyond that. There were like a few people from around England. There was a couple Canadians. There were like some people from over in Ireland who were working with us. This was the first event where I really like tried to prepare for draft a bit more than I normally would, and I ended up like feeling pretty happy to go 2-1, and then I just bombed out with my constructed deck. I think my constructed deck wasn't very good. This was the Vehicles and Saheeli PT, and I was playing black green energy, so like winding constrictor shenanigans, and I was playing a blue splash where I had like a handful of blue sources in the main deck, and then in this, and evolving wilds and stuff, and then in the sideboard there was maybe not, yeah, and then in the sideboard there was like an island and some counter spells like metallic rebukes that you could cast off your Heart of Kirans and stuff. I thought the deck was like fine. I kind of just like, I hate to blame it on this, because like there are definitely events where I did do badly just because of my deck choice, but I definitely did just like draw heinously throughout these rounds and mulligan a lot and stuff. And obviously it's at the PT, so like, you know, no one's giving you any breathing room when stuff like that happens. The deck also just was very medium though, when there was a lot of broken stuff going on in the format, in the form of Saheeli and the Vehicles decks. There's an RPTQ in Darksphere where I picked up Vehicles. This was like the previous RPTQ in Standard, where I just like hadn't really been keeping up with the format very much because it wasn't very fun to me, and I just played a deck like I'd played 0 games with before because it was meant to be good. So I picked up Vehicles and did exactly the same result as I did in the previous RPTQ of losing the first 2 and winning the next 5. Smuggler's Copter wasn't legal for this one. This was after this Copter ban, Phil. Copter was banned back in like December or January time, along with Emrakul and a couple other things. So, yeah, Copter wasn't legal at that PT, as far as I remember. I believe it was banned by that point. Banned January 9th. Yeah, it was banned long before. So this was just like Heart of Kiran as your main vehicle, and you play like either some Cultivators Caravans or Ether Sphere Harvesters. Yeah, I didn't really enjoy the Standard very much. Honestly, it kind of put me off of Magic for a little while. Like, I played this Grand Prix, and I day 2'd it, and I signed the match slip, and my opponent walked away, and I was just like staring at this match slip, and like the thought of playing day 2 of that Standard format, that was definitely like the least fun I've ever had in the Standard format, was the Mardu Vehicles Saheeli format. And I just like ended up ticking drop after like staring at it for a couple minutes and talking with David. Like, there's a really cool moment in what I got a feature match early on here. It's like my second ever feature match at like a GP or whatever. And I'm playing vehicles, and my opponent's playing Etherworks Marvel. Oh, I thought it was heinous, Dokamo. I thought the gameplay was so bad. The decks were just not fun. I've never played a format anywhere near that bad before. And so I was playing vehicles, and my opponent was on ramp, and I was on camera, and I like animate my Gideon to go to combat with it. And my opponent activates Etherworks Marvel, hitting an Ulamog to target my Gideon. And in response, I activate my Heart of Kieran 4 times with my Gideon, so that Gideon dies, which then triggers the Avacyn that I just flashed in from my hand. And all of a sudden, like, I go from just not being able to get through all the tokens they have on board and stuff to, like, my Avacyn flipping and putting my opponent down to from 9 down to 6 and getting rid of, like, their Ishkanar tokens or whatever, so that I can go in for lethal of this Avacyn next turn. It was such a nice moment to have on camera, getting to, like, sacrifice my Gideon to Heart of Kieran like that to trigger Avacyn. It was really fun. But yeah, I ended up dropping at 6-3, which at the time was the record to make day 2. I felt really bad about it later that year because I had 9 pro points, and they announced like a few months later, or like a month later, that you would get bronze if you had 10 or more pro points that year. And like I just like dropped at 6-3 when like 10-5 would have got me that 1 extra pro point to get me to bronze. Because, like, if they, if they announced it, like, a little bit late, it was really brutal. It ended up not mattering at all, but it felt bad at the time. Gosh, I'm getting really near the top. I'm, like, only a 5th of the way from the top now. I guess I'm not playing all the F&Ms and such so much anymore, right? Because I'm living in London, away from, like, all the local stores I'd formed an attachment to. There's like a Magic Tournament Dark Sphere, which is not very relevant. Trying to figure out which ones of these to look at. RPTQ for Hour of Devastation. So you can kind of see that there's just like a period of time where I'm not playing Magic in paper that much. I go to like the occasional thing, but I'm mostly just going to see friends, and I'm not really playing like super competitively at the time. A lot of that was like I didn't really enjoy that standard format. I'd been like very burnt out by like 2 years in a row of trying to make runs of getting gold. Like I have that first year where I have like a run at gold, and like I narrowly miss it. And then I have that second year where like I have a really good start, and so I decide to like make a run at silver and just kind of burn out. And oh, you first met me at the Missing Geek. Was it at this exact one, Phil? Yeah, and then I start playing PPTQs again. Because Nick says, hey, I hear you started playing Standard again now Etherworks Marvel's banned, and you're enjoying this Team Energy deck online. If you want, we can just put that deck together for you, and you can come to this PPTQ. I have all the cards. And I'm like, huh. Like, I haven't really been to that many events, and I haven't been out socializing, and I guess he was like a bit worried about me, that he hadn't been seeing me much. And so he just like offers to put together this deck that I started playing online. And I'm like, you know what? That sounds pretty fun. So I end up going to this PPTQ, which is the Forbidden Planet in Croydon, and end up top 8ing with this Teamer Energy deck in my like first event back, and losing in like the quarters or whatever. I'm like, wow, this is actually really good. Coming out and like hanging out with my friends and getting play a nice day of Magic, and just instantly I wanted to be playing seriously again. Just like yeah, got him. Just hooked. And then this event, which won Simic Guildmage, was the floor judge at. I end up winning in my fine tradition of always winning the second PPTQ of the season. Except this was also the last one of the season because I started playing really late into them. Again, played Teamer Energy, and I think the finals took over an hour and a half against Mardu Vehicles. Just like super grindy games. It was ridiculous. I remember like lots of jokes being made about how long the games were going. Me sat there with like grinding out value with my Lifecrafters Bestiary, and my opponent, like, their Nahiri went up to over 20 loyalty or something stupid, because they just never wanted to -8 it to go get something. So they were just +2 my Nahiri, discard a card, draw a card, every single turn for the entire game. It was so ridiculous. I end up winning it, and I'm like so happy that I won the final PPTQ of the season. Just am completely hooked on competitive Magic again. Oh, when does that happen, Phil? I'll be giving them a warning for shuffling an opponent's deck for no reason. I actually can't remember when that is. So because this was at the very end of the season, I'm instantly in the next season of PPTQs. Oh, Firestorm and Basingstoke. I do not remember that. I borrowed your Titan Shift deck. I remember borrowing your Titan Shift deck. I remember like a couple of the matches too, but I can't remember shuffling an opponent's deck. But I also fully believe it happened because I'm very clumsy and derpy and do things like that all the time. Yeah, I have it. It's kind of brutal. It's partially me not being great at Modern, partially me, getting back into competitive Magic again after like taking a little bit of a break. But I play like a ton of PPTQs and just don't qualify for the first time ever. All the previous PPTQ seasons, I win the second PPTQ I play of the season, and this one I play like 7 or 8 and I don't qualify. I play Eldrazi Tron for a lot of them. I play my humans deck for a lot of them. I build like Naya humans. This is before Ixalan, so it's before you have unclaimed territory. I was just playing Naya humans where you have like Champion of the Parish, Noble Hierarch, Thalia's Lieutenant, Mayor of Averbrook, Collected Company, Path to Exile, and then 4 Mirran Crusaders and 4 Magus of the Moon. Because this is in the middle of like Death Shadow's summer, when Death Shadow is just the biggest deck, and everyone is trying to beat it. I just put 4 Magus of the Moon and 4 Mirran Crusader in my human stack and crush all the Death Shadow players, and it's great. There's no feeling quite like Collected Company into a Magus of the Moon. Yeah, I play that I Buy War Games. I think you're correct. I remember playing it against Chloe. I remember playing against Chloe with it. You're right. I was playing it at this event. I play it at like one other. I also play it at Grand Prix Birmingham. So I'm playing like my pet brew again at Grand Prix Birmingham. Craig sweltering suns me. That was so disgusting. I like ask him how angry the gods are, and he just like, instead of casting Anger of the Gods, just shows me a sweltering suns, and I'm like, oh, okay. That was rude. That right there. So I play this pet brew, my Naya Humans deck at GP Birmingham. There are some like real notables here. Simon Nielsen I'm now like pretty good friends with. Enjoy his company a lot. Always make a point of spending time with him if I see him at a GP. And we got a feature match against each other, which is a really good one. because he's on Titan Shift and I am on my Naya Humans deck. So he's like trying to beat down all these Magus of the Moon so he can do his thing. Oh yeah, Muffins, that's how all the Shadow players responded, apart from George Channing, who beat me with Shadow as my one loss on the day. George Channing, former teammate of mine. He's also one of the people I prepared for MC Cleveland with, the Mythic Championship I won. He's like one of the 2 people I did prep with for that event. So I'm very thankful to him for that. Carlos Morales is notable. Yeah, I'm like a little sad in this event. I'm like 11-2 at one point, and finish. Sorry, 11-2. I'm 11-2 at one point and finish. I'm so bad at numbers, chat. I'm 10-2 at one point and finish 11-4. So I miss out on like my top 8 and end up like 51st with my brew. I was really hoping it could get there. And I think it was like legitimately good in that format. I was doing really well with it online too. Yeah, this is the one where George uses all the zombie tokens. This is the one where George top 8s, which is just like really hype. Ends up like queuing for the PT. Another regional Pro Tour qualifier, this time in Dark Sphere. What was that standard format? That was right before Ixalan. So that was Dark Teamer. I think I played Dark Teamer in this event. Which will go on to be a very notable deck for me. But I do like very medium in this event. Yeah, Hour of Devastation. Exactly, so Scarab God, most notably, has been added to Teamer Energy decks. 4-color energy, yep. Some more PPTQs that I don't end up doing very well in. And then there's the second big moment. So the first big moment was my first PT. The second big moment is this. So, I go up to Nationals in Derby with a few friends. And I play a qualifier thing to get some buys in the event. And I win the first 4 rounds, and then in that 5th round I end up losing. And I feel pretty bad, because, you know, if I got that final win, I'd get to play with 2 whole buys. Oh, the venue was incredible, Phil. If anyone could grab pictures of the venue, that would be appreciated. The venue is just literally the best place I have ever played Magic in. Like, that might be an exaggeration, but it's also entirely believable that it might be true. It was so good. It was like a university or something. And they used it. There are people who like booked out the rooms we used for weddings because it's so nice. Derby College, that's it. I mean, it's on screen. Derb. And the main room where like where all the events were being held was circular, and they had all they literally had the tables laid out in like this relative to each other, which was, so there was just like a ton of space. You'd like sit down at your table, and if you weren't at the center of one of the spokes, you'd just have like 10 feet behind you. You'd have like so much space around you, and there'd be like the light coming down from above, like really nicely too, because of like the hexagonal shape of the room or whatever. And it was really cool. I lost my win in for buys for the event, but I still qualified. So I play the event with my Dark Teamer deck, and ooh, thank you, Paul. Yeah. This is just like, imagine having a Magic event in this room with like the tables laid out as like spokes of a wheel. It's so cool. I spent very little time in that room because the coverage was held in a different room. And I spent approximately half the tournament on coverage because I did not lose a single round. I played Dark Teamer. I cursed name to mention, but I played Yuya Watanabe's list that he won his nationals with. I was planning on playing a blue-black control deck in the tournament, true to my seeming brand at this point, and decide to jump off it like the day before the tournament after preparing with 2 people for the event, because I just don't believe the deck is actually that good. I think I was running hot initially and got overexcited, and I'm just like, well, I did really well with Teema back in those PPTQs. I really enjoy Teema. Why don't I just play a Teema deck? I end up copying Yuya's deck, and another slightly cursed content retrospectively is that the deck list name was named Trust in Yuya. And I was playing like 73 of his 75. Oh yeah, it's really rough, DC. It's really bad. So I'm playing the deck with Scarab Gods and stuff in it. The big difference I've made is I added a Chandra Flamecaller to the board. This is going to be a very important thing. I added a Chandra Flamecaller to the board because I wanted an extra card for the Zombies matchup. And I end up just not losing a single round or tournament. I crush the standard portions. I draft a sick blue-black deck on camera, which just has a ton of card draw and value. I draft a blue-red deck, which is very, like, kind of tempo-y, but has a really good long game plan involving, like, I think Drakehaven, maybe? Like, there's a moment where Simon Gertzen was commentating my match, and he said, wow, I just realized. So I thought they were playing kind of weirdly with this deck earlier in the game. They're actually just playing this like a constructed deck. They had like a long game plan this entire time of how this deck is going to play out. And now it just makes a ton of sense. And it was really like validating going back and watching that coverage and seeing like the moment the like gears click and the commentators are just like, wait, this is actually just being played like a constructed deck. Because like that's how I'd kind of drafted it. I drafted it with like this very clear plan of how I wanted the games to play out. I end up facing Niels Molle in Swiss, who I go on to face in the quarters. I also face Ross in the Swiss, who I go on to face in the finals. A few other like really notable names here. There's Marcosini Jones. There's Zhao, who I go on to work with a bunch on Team Axion. He's one of my favorite people from the team back when we were both on it. Both of us have left now, but and it's also really validating. This was the first tournament I ever seriously prepared for Limited for. I'd qualified for all these Pro Tours where I'd like taken the constructed portion seriously and kind of like treated Limited as an afterthought. And for this tournament, I like probably put in more work into Limited than constructed for it, because I recognized that I wasn't a good drafter at that time, and I gained like a really strong sense of what decks I liked to be drafting in that format. Notably, I really loved the blue decks. I really loved a bunch of the blue commons that were very, in my mind, underrated. There was a card called Proven Combatant, which is a nice little name drop, which is a 1-mana 1/1. You can bring back as a 4/4 from your yard for 6 mana. I adored that card. Everyone else hated it, but I thought you can discard it to cards like Tormenting Voice and get a lot of value. You can play it early, chump block with it, and bring it back later, and gain some life, still get a solid creature later in the game. I thought it was like a very good, respectable card, and everyone else just thought it was unplayable. I also really loved there was a draw free and then return a land to your hand or something card at instant speed for 2 and a blue that I thought was really underrated, and I just like enjoyed having 1 or 2 of those in every one of my blue decks, because you could return Tragic Lesson, you could return a cycle land to your hand, and if you returned a cycle land and cycled it, it was like you've drawn 3 cards, because you draw 2 off that and you draw 1 off your cycle land. It's like you've cast Jace's Ingenuity kind of in the late game. Vizier of the Anointed was really good. Yeah, I loved that card. That was another one that was underrated, I think. So I just basically soft forced blue in this tournament in the drafts, and everyone else hated blue. So I got these really sick blue control decks. And then top 8, I beat Niels. He has like some rough draws with his Mardu Vehicles deck. Then I face Pete Ward in the semi-finals. This is actually the most important round of the tournament because the top 2 qualify for the Magic World Cup. So whoever wins the semis auto qualifies, and like the finals is just for the title of national champion, but the semis is what qualifies you for like the big tournament. And he's on zombies, I'm on Teamer, and this is like probably like outside of MC1, it's like my favorite match to show people, like because it's like both a really cool, exciting match with some really like pivotal moments, and it's a match that's like really important to me from a historical perspective of like it qualified me for the Magic World Cup, and it was on camera in front of, you know, a couple thousand viewers on the main Magic channel and all this exciting stuff. And I mean, games 1 and 2 are like a little bit one-sided, and then we get to game 3, and he ends up like running me over at one point. I can't remember the exact details too closely. I haven't watched it in a while, but it gets like these couple really tense turns, and I recognize at this point that like the only way I get back is if I draw my Chandra to minus and sweep the board. And I just play towards that, and I'm just like, okay, I have to start chump blocking to save some life. I have to make these weird plays to try and stay alive a little bit longer, and then I untap, I draw for turn, and it's, you know, not a good enough card to get me back in. I crack my clue, go down to only 4 mana in play, and draw the 6 mana Chandra, and plus my other Chandra to make mana so I can cast her, and sweep the whole board away. And it's just this like wild moment, and like I've watched the coverage for it a bunch of times, and like the commentators just go crazy at me drawing this Chandra that I'd been playing towards. And like even after that point, I'm probably like 20% to win the game is the wild thing, because he still has a Relentless Dead I can't deal with. And oh yeah, you've been mentioned a bunch, Mike, in the Nostalgia stream. He still has a Relentless Dead I can't deal with, and he could still just draw over threats. I don't have much going on, and I ended up drawing like a Magma Spray 2 draw steps later to finally like seal things up whilst he is struggling a little bit. It's just this like wild swingy match. So it was so exciting. Obviously qualifies me for the World Magic Cup, which is like this really big moment. And then I beat Russ in the finals. I think those games weren't particularly competitive from what I remember. His draws weren't cooperative, and my deck was like really tuned to beat Mardu Vehicles. Oh yeah, it did, Mike. It also mentioned like a bunch of our trips together. It mentioned my favorite story involving you, which is when you, I, and Alex Wilson went to the Winnergoif tournament, and Ben Jones killed all 3 of us in top 8. Just our whole car goes home afterwards, having been singularly beat by a lone Bogles player. Phil, thank you. You're great. So this is the venue. Excuse the slightly awkward angle I have it set up for the other thing. I guess I can out a bit. There we go. So this is the venue. Just like one of the best venues I've ever played in. Just like it's set up as on these like spokes of the wheel here. Just like really big airy room, really nice to be in. This is the top 8 picture, featuring me, Pete Ward. This is Ross. This is Niels. DLS was like the head judge, I believe, for the event. It's wild. I look like kind of different back then. Then this is the semi-finals against Pete. Oh, Quentin Martin was there too. Yeah, he lost to Ross in the semis. So this is me against Pete on camera in the semi-finals. A match in the deciding game against Peter Ward, Autumn Burchett was up against the ropes and facing down a horde of zombies. In the face of being overrun, she was able to find and play a Chandra Flamecaller to scour the board clean. Even that wasn't enough. You can't keep a good zombie down, and Ward was able to bring back his Relentless Dead, keep threatening Burchett's perilously low life total. Took another top deck. This time a magma spray, but like the Chandra and magma spray in my photo afterwards, to remove the Relentless from Relentless Dead and enable Burchett to finally take over the game with Sky Sovereign console flagship. There was never any doubt. Red spells always come to your aid when you need them. Then we have the finals. In contrast, the finals was rather anticlimactic. Broxip mulliganed to 4 in the deciding game, and despite putting up a fight, never had the resources to prevail. He at least had the consolation of, this is the team we had. For the World Magic Cup, which was sick. Me qualifying. So that was like the second like big breakout moment after the first PT. Like obviously all of that was streamed on the main Magic channel, and there were like a couple thousand viewers or whatever, and for like a good while after that event I would have people, you know, come up to me at events and, you know, say, oh, you're the person who won English Nationals, that's really exciting, it's nice to meet you or whatever. That was a big moment. It's when you found my stream. It's when a lot of people found out about my stream and stuff, yeah. Oh my gosh. Imagine how locked up the next Nationals will be. We need another Nationals. I need some more tournaments I can actually do well at, please. And then I go back to losing modern PPTQs. It was very important, like, it's true. He was very keen to bring up that title whenever I got paired against someone young at his shop. Just like, oh my word. Are these still modern ones? Oh, these are standard ones. So I'm finally able to like potentially win matches on them, maybe. What was this? Oh, was this like a legacy tournament? I think this was a legacy tournament. Oh no, this is a modern tournament. I won like a modern thing at Axion now with Lantern Control. That was pretty cool. We get Grand Prix Warsaw, which is standard. I can't for the life of. Oh no, this was still Teamer Energy, right? This was post rotation, still just Teamer Energy standard. GP's are fake. I just skipped over GP Liverpool. It probably wasn't very notable. It was sealed. We can forget about it. No one cares about Ixalan sealed. That format was awful. Hey, Liverpool's like probably my favorite city in England to hold GPs in. I think Liverpool is the best GP city. Alright, so this is Warsaw, this is Team Energy Standard. I come 10th, which is my best ever GP finish, which was really exciting. I knew Teamer Energy just, you know, kind of inside and out by this point. I've been playing it for like half a year in various different formats. You're a fan of the... So I think the NEC is good for the actual event. It's really awkward for food afterwards. Sometimes, if you're staying near the venue, has been my experience. Like, I enjoy the NEC for everything other than, like, the food just being a nightmare to actually find anywhere to eat. Everywhere is always so full, in my experience. Otherwise, I would like it a lot more. Yeah, also I played Team Energy. I came 10th. I missed top 8 on tiebreakers, but I was still just, like, really happy because it's my best ever finish. I remember people coming up to me and, like, consoling me and being like, oh, sorry you missed out on top 8. I was like, wait, but I'm really happy. I came 10th. You realize how good 10th is in like 1,200 people? Why would I be sad? That would be silly. I think day 2 I literally played 6 teamer mirrors. Which is like completely foolish. Cooling is scary. Indeed. Strong agree. Why? How would anyone ever cool a restaurant? That's not a thing people can do. Grand Prix Lyon, so I'm just like fully back in the Grand Prix thing again. This is a team event. Oh, this is with Luke. You're still here. Yeah, this is with you and Steven, right? That was sick. We opened like the worst Team Seal pool imaginable. I'm teaming up with Stephen Murray, who's the friend of the stream and led the Scottish team at the World Magic Cup. And so this is like the event the week before the World Magic Cup. And lots of people are teaming up with their World Magic Cup teammates, but instead I'm teaming up with Steven and Luke. Because they're friends and pretty fun to hang around with. Yeah, it was such an awful pool. And like, I remember we went like 3-0 to start and we were like, what is happening? How are we winning games with this like pile of trash? And we got to the point where we were 5-1 and we're like, oh my god, maybe it's better than we thought it was. I don't think it is. I think it's still bad, but we're winning games. And then we lose 3 in a row when each one of them would have got us to day 2. Oh yeah, that was triple excellent. Team sealed. It was just heinous. It was just like build 3 tribal decks and hope you have like better rares than your opponent or whatever, and like someone would have the Jade Guardian one with the win deck, and someone would have to face that and would be very sad. Just like every team would have that deck. So you played a dinosaur pile of cards, and the other 2 of us had real decks. Yeah, that checks out, Luke. I think I had like the pirate deck. I can't remember much about it. I do remember a really sick moment where oh, this is a really nice moment. My opponent has, is it Priest of the Awakening Sun is the 1-mana human you can sack to go get a dinosaur. I'm gonna look up the name of a card a sec. Alright, so they have a really sick dinosaur deck. I know they have a Sun's Inferno Titan or whatever it's called. The 6-mana dinosaur that deals 3 to something and to it and to the opponent. And so I'm really scared of them drawing that. And they play the priest. I'm just like, wow, they're just gonna go 2 to it. I'm screwed. So I untap. And I'm like, alright, I'm just gonna attack with my creatures. I attack with my creature really forlornly, as if I'm just like, well, this is just gonna be blocked with your priest, and you're gonna sack it and take no damage, but I guess I'm attacking, and just like, forlornly turn my creature sideways. My opponent looks down and is like, block with my priest, sack my priest. And they go through their deck, and they get their 6-mana dinosaur. I just sit there quietly, and then once they're done, I'm like, move to end step, and I point at the Raider's Wake I have in play. And his teammate goes berserk at him. And Luke can guarantee this was just like the funniest thing in the world. Like, I think Luke and Steven are, or like, at least one of them is watching by this point. And we just like sit there awkwardly as the teammates like argue with each other because they're so upset that this even happened. It's just one of those things where like if my body language was a bit off or whatever, maybe they noticed, but It was just like that was a rough GP, but it was a lot of fun hanging out with Steven and Luke. And that moment, like, always just hangs out in my memory. I've been live for like 3.5 hours. I should probably head to bed in a little bit. And probably like skip through some of the more recent stuff in a bit. Because like a lot of it y'all know, but good night. Good night, Phil. Thanks for hanging out. Sleep well. So this is the World Magic Cup. I think we come 20th. We make day 2, but then do pretty badly on day 2. The format of it was weird. It was like, day 1 you played 3 rounds of Team Sealed, and then 4 rounds of Standard. And when you get to 4 wins, you auto go to you stop playing and auto go to day 2. Or something like that. And then in day 2 you play in pods of 4 teams. And you play against all 3 teams. And the 2 teams with the highest record stay in the tournament. And like obviously we got 1 win and 2 losses, so we did not stay in the tournament. I think I played against Canister in day 2. We played against the Polish team, I think, is like our final round of the tournament. That was like, you know, obviously wanted to do better, but it's a pretty fun tournament. Like, team tournaments are sweet, and I really like Unified Standard. I think Unified Standard is a great format. I'm kind of sad it's not a thing anymore. I'm kind of sad everyone else hates it. I'm like the only person in the world who actually likes Unified Standard. But, this was where he broke out. He broke out at the Pro Tour before this, I believe. He top 8'd. I think he Canister top 8'd Pro Tour Ixtlan, if I remember correctly. So it was like a few events in a row where he just crushed. Yeah, so Unified Standard, for this event, it was if you have so you have 3 people working together. Each of you needs to build a standard deck. No deck can contain a card that is not a basic land that has a name of a card in another person's deck. So, like, the easy solution to this is you have people play decks that are just different colors, right? And, like, hope that artifacts aren't good in the format. But back in that format, what you would end up wanting to do is you would end up wanting a mono red deck, a energy deck, either Bug or Teamer, and then you would need a third deck that was probably also going to be blue. So you would have to split up the blue cards between 2 players. So we had this like weird balancing act where like one person would get negate, so the other person would like have to find other counter spells they could play instead. And like if you wanted the Teamer deck to have Glorybringer, suddenly your mono red deck can't have it, and would have to play like different top end or play differently. I really enjoy it. I think the deck building that restriction breeds a lot of creativity, and makes for like some really, really like different deck building choices. I think we decided to downpower our mono red deck so that I could have the Glorybringers, and we ended up giving the good counter magic to the Godpharaoh's gift deck that Niels played, and I played like weirdo counter magic as like one-ofs. I had like a Supreme Will and stuff like that instead of the negates. So that was a sweet tournament. Obviously, you know, came 20th out of like 50 or 60 teams. Fine, not amazing, but you know, solid enough finish against lots of great players. Grand Prix Madrid. What is that? That's Trios Constructed. I am struggling to remember this. Oh, this was with Nick and Daniela. I teamed with Holy Diva for this event. Yeah, it was Team Trios Modern. I played Lantern Control with Whir of Invention. Nick played Titan Shift, and Daniela played Gift Storm. It was really cool. She was just like very happy to team with me and kind of just said she'd learn whatever I wanted her to. And I was like, I think Gift Storm is really good at the moment. So she just ended up jamming that deck a lot and became really good with it. Oh yeah, round 4 was so unfair. One player against our whole team. Round 1 was wild. I played against like 3 people from Bristol. I sat down and I just knew all 3 of their decks because like I just knew them all from back home. Oh yeah, Nick played your Titan Shift deck. We actually borrowed it off Phil. It was like very cool. That was a fun tournament. We didn't make day 2, but I just really enjoy team tournaments in general. The most opponent. I can. Oh, yeah. So Mike will recognize these names. Round 1, we were against David Wilcox, Emma Shrimpton, and Alex Wilson. It's pretty sweet. Are there any named players here? Larry Pisper, I know. Leo Lahonen, I know. I ended up preparing for an event with Leo a little bit later. I can't prove otherwise. Indeed, Mike, indeed. Oh my word. Grand Prix London. What was this one? Oh, this was sealed. I did awfully in this one. My pool was kind of bad. This does feature the round where I miss game 1 of round 5 and sit down opposite my opponent when we're like, you know, both 2 and 2, and my opponent gets given game 1 win. It's like my only time ever being tardy for a round. And game 2, he reveals his Tetsamok and never plays a 6th land. Dies with a Tetsamok in hand. And game 3, he reveals his Tetsamok like 3 or 4 times, and then I draw my 3-mana discard spell to take the Tetsamok from his hand. Like, I literally miss game 1 due to tardiness, and then win games 2 and 3 after my opponent draws Tetsamok, just like the second best rare in the set, both games. I felt so bad for him. I'm just like, you don't deserve this. You don't deserve to lose like this. I'm so sorry. There is no justice. Oh my god. What was better than Tetsamok? Profane Procession? I think Profane Procession was the best rare. You know. Details, they're both just unbeatable, right? Alright, we've got Grand Prix on, so I'm just like fully going to all the Grand Prix at this point. Just like very heavily back into competitive Magic after winning Nationals. Yeah, Profane Procession was just unbeatable, Sean. If you weren't just crushing the ahead when your opponent played it, you just couldn't win. It was absurd. What was this? This is Modern in Neon? Did I play Lantern in this? I did, yeah, I played Lantern in this event. I'm trying to remember what was notable about this event. I don't think there was that much that was notable about it. I remember I beat a Tron player because they weren't like holding their stars and spheres and were just aggressively cracking them, and that matchup was like, I think there are like very few like 90-10 matchups, but I think like if the Tron player plays well, Lantern was like 10% to win that matchup back then. It was like truly heinous. Yeah, you know, had like a fine result with Lantern. Really loved that deck. I really miss playing it. It's just not playable anymore. It was one of my favorite decks I've ever played was War Lantern. Just made for some really weird, interesting games, at least from like one side of the battlefield. Miserable and uninteresting for the other side, but Regional Proto Qualifier Dominaria. Skipping your first GP. I'm wondering if I don't actually know what this is. I like literally could not tell you what this GP even is. It's kind of annoying. I played a... Oh, I skipped it IRL. I'm sorry, Paul. I'll go back and fix that one. Oh, I remember this, actually. This was, Standard Modern Legacy. I was playing the Legacy seat, teaming with David Karth and Lithuanian Dom, whose surname I cannot pronounce. I play Grixis Delver in Legacy. This GP was like really not very noticeable, but we did like very medium. It's kind of sad. My win rate with Grixis Delver was like the highest win rate I've ever had with any deck in my life, and like basically every paper event I crushed with it, except the one where I'm teamed with like 2 friends, where I go like 3-5 in my seat or whatever, and just like struggle to win any games. I felt so guilty. Just like, the one event where I can't win games with it is when I'm teamed with people, and other people are relying on me. Yeah, one of their teammates, couldn't make the tournament or something? I can't remember the details. I remember there were only 2 players on their team, but I can't remember why. But it was very strange, yeah. Still doing better than poor Pablo, indeed. What was this? This was sealed. Alright, so this is a weirdly relevant event. It looks really irrelevant, because I go like 3-4 at an RPTQ I travel across the country for. It's Rivals of Ixalan sealed, which I did very badly at the GP. I'm like, for this event, I'm gonna really learn it. I'm like really back into competitive Magic at this point, really enjoying it, really keen to do well again. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna focus. I'm gonna put my all into learning this sealed format. I play like 20 or whatever leagues online of sealed, which is just something I'd never really done before for a sealed format. I gain like really strong opinions on the set. I decide that like red and green are basically close to unplayable in sealed, and that like even like the red-green decks that look good are worse than like the medium-looking blue-white decks or the baddish-looking blue-white decks or whatever. It just felt that way to me playing the games, and like looking at my records and results and stuff. And I become really confident in the format. I go to this event, I just open up like one of the worst pools I've had in the format and do very badly. And this feels like really irrelevant. Like, oh wow, did badly in a sealed event, shrug, move on with my life. Like a week later, there is a Mox qualifier on Magic Online, and I play hardly any serious Magic Online tournaments. Even now, I just like don't touch them. But at the time, I'm like, well, I'm trying to be more serious. I should probably try and play some of these serious online events occasionally. So I decide to play this Mox event because it's Rival Sealed, and I'm really well prepared in Rival Sealed, right? I prepared for it so much for this RPTQ. I know the format inside and out. So I'm like, cool, I'm just gonna play this Mox event rather than travel to the local event at Axiom, because I want to be trying to take this more seriously and actually qualify for the Pro Tour again. This is like probably the first time where I was actively trying to qualify for the Pro Tour again. Like, rather than just, incidentally qualifying for it by attending events I wanted to attend anyway. And I played the Mox event and I opened a pretty sick seal pool. And I end up like top 8ing it in like a 200-person field after 9 or 10 rounds or whatever it is. And then I draft a black-white vampires deck, which is my favorite archetype in that draft format. I get like a really sick version of it. I get 4 copies of Legion Conquistador, which is my favorite card in that format to draft. I think if you end up with like 3 or 4 Legion Conquistadors in your deck, it was just so good. And like that card was so underrated. And I end up crushing the top 8. And like that, I'm qualified for the Pro Tour again. I'm qualified for the Magic Online Championship. And that's just like this really key moment. Like since that qualification, I've not fallen off. I didn't fall off of the PT for the entire time after that point. So that was like a really big moment for me. It's like this weird thing of just like, I just happened to play this tournament online that one day. It was just like, I guess this once I will play an online tournament rather than go to Axion for a local one, and knew the format so well. Worked out really well for me. GP Birmingham, I played Grixis Dalva, ended up coming 99th. Do I recognize any names? Oh, Alex is really cool. Alex is a friend of mine. Laurie is really cool. Thomas Enevoldsen is a known player. Ends up crushing me. Oh my god, Luke. And then we go on my first really big trip to America. I decide I'm traveling out for... So at this point, I just started writing for Star City. Because I contact Cedric and I'm like, hey, I've been crushing these events recently. I really want to write about Blue-White Control in Standard. Because I top 8'd the PTQ online with it the other day. And he ends up giving me a shot. Because I have a lot of events to my name by this point, and he just like believes in me based on how I'm presenting myself and stuff, and how I'm talking about things. I'm given a shot, and I write for SCG a few times as like a guest spot, and end up being as a result qualified for SCG-Con. And then the week before, which is like the week after the PT that I qualified for via the Mox win, and then the week beforehand, I'm gonna team up with a couple people I'm housing with and preparing for the PT with at a Team GP. And so I'm planning to be out there for like 2.5 weeks. And then Chantel, who runs the podcast I used to be on, Proven Combatants, is like, well, if you were to come out to GP Vegas the week after SCG-Con, we'd get to all be in the same place for the first time ever and have our first ever like group meetup of everyone on the podcast. And she ends up like twisting my arm into going to that as well. So like all of a sudden it goes from like attending the Pro Tour to being out there for like 3.5 weeks, which is one of the best experiences of my life. Just like learned a lot, met so many amazing people throughout it. Met Emma for the first time, met Aaron for the first time, met Jadine for the first time, met J-Bard, met just a ton of great people, met Chantel for the first time as well, which was wonderful. It's a really, really amazing few weeks. So what GPDC, I team with a couple players I cannot remember the names of. Kim Stroh and someone else. I feel really bad that I can't remember the other name. It was just like people I was housing with. I was housing with like a bunch of like Danes and stuff. For PT Richmond the next week. And I think I stay with like Zyla before this event, and we travel down to the event together. And during the event, I'm staying with Aaron, Emma, and Jadine in their hotel room because I just didn't have anywhere to stay, and I put up a message in the Women on the Grind Facebook group. It was like, hey, does anyone have space in their room for GPDC? And Emma responds. And so I end up rooming with the 3 of them, and I meet all of them for the first time. Obviously, that's just like this really big moment for me. They're some of just my my closest friends now. Really like, I don't remember anything about the GP. The GP was just, you know, whatever, just some magic. But meeting the people who've like gone on to become some of my closest friends there was just wonderful. I still remember approaching the hotel door, to knock on it, like having never met any of them in person before and being so nervous and just being made to feel like instantly at home once I was there. So after that, I travel down to Richmond, make a very scary walk from the bus station to where we're staying, which is a pretty sketchy part of Richmond. Retrospectively, I perhaps shouldn't have stayed in, but you know, I also perhaps shouldn't have walked there and should have taken an Uber or something. That was a very silly decision. I'm thankful nothing went wrong. We heard like gunshots and stuff driving back to the Airbnb one night, so it's one of those things that you like look back on and it's like, wow, what was I doing? It like ended up fine, right? I've like learnt a lot and I'm like now know to be a lot more safe. Yeah, Richmond is just scary in general. I when I went back there I was like really careful about where I stayed. Kind of like learnt my lesson. But for that one I was just staying in accommodation in a group, right? And they'd booked it. So I didn't know anything about the city. So this was, I was playing Esper Control. I swapped onto it like a couple days before the event because I didn't like any of the decks anyone else was playing in the house. I went 8-8, which, you know, solidly medium. Crushed in draft, did pretty well in constructed. Faced like a lot of known players. I beat Ben and Andre, Angel day one. Faced Eduardo, lost to him in draft. He had a really sick green-white deck. Oh, is it 9? Yeah, it might be 9-7. Actually, I think you're right, Milkman. It was 9-7. A little bit better, thankfully. Yeah, I can't remember if I had Scarab God or not. I might have. I know it had Teferis. The main win con was Teferi. You mainly just tried to win with Hero of Dominaria in that deck. The version I played, and Torrential Gear Hulk. I can't remember if I played Scarab God. Yeah, did like very medium in the event. Yeah, I guess 9-7 at a PT is still good, right? You're still positive record and like one of the best fields in the world. Like weekend is most notable for just spending a ton of time with Emma. Like on the Sunday of the event, we just left the venue to just go hang out around Richmond at like this cool like food market thing, food festival that was happening, and then we like drove out of Richmond for a bit to like go see some of the surrounding stuff and just got to like hang out and bond a bunch, know each other a lot better. I travel after the event. I travel back up to. Place names are hard. Up to Baltimore to stay with Ryan, who I mentioned a bunch earlier. It's like right at the very start. Still stay in contact with him a little bit and visit him when I can. And then I get on a train down to Roanoke, where I met at the train station by Jade and Emma. I end up staying at Emma's place for like a few days in the run up to and like throughout SCGCon. I do very badly in the Invitational. My first ever Invitational, I get a glorious 1-4 record. I go 1-3 with Lance and Control after facing 2 Jund players and the only Ancestral Vision player in the room. And then I lose my 1 round with Esper Control and I'm off it. We've not got to that point yet, Chris. I don't know how much I'm going to talk about that stuff when I get to it. It's all like pretty recent. But... and then I play the Duel for Duels. I come like 18th in it with Grixis Delver. I borrow my deck off the one and only Goldacat, known Modo grinder. He comes up to me at the event and asks on the Friday, asks how I'm doing. I'm like, oh, I'm pretty bad. I went like 1-4. It was rough. And he's like, oh, I'm still in. I think I'm gonna day 2, which is pretty hype. And then he says he like loves my YouTube videos. and it's really cool to see people making like some standard content and stuff on YouTube. And he asks what I'm planning to do for the rest of the weekend. I'm like, I kind of want to play the Legacy event, but I don't have a deck. He's like, I can just lend you my Grixis Delver deck. And I was just like floored. This person who I met like 5 minutes earlier, who literally only knows me from watching my content, and this was like back when I was like a much smaller name too, just like Golder Cat. He's like maybe like the best player on Magic Online at the moment. He like back-to-back 2 SPTQ events, top 8 back-to-back top 8'd 2 SPTQ events and stuff like that recently. Yeah, he just lent me, no, it's more than a few hundred yearly, it's like a few thousand. It was probably like 4,000 or something. 3,000 or 4,000, just lent it to me. Didn't know me outside of the videos and only talked to me for 5 minutes. Just like, yeah, I can just come in early on tomorrow and lend it to you so you can play it. It's just like wild. I'm very, very thankful to him for that. We have like after SCG Con. Yeah, the Legacy community is gas, that's true. Legacy community is like really good at lending out stuff and supporting each other and all that. So I fly out to Vegas for the GP afterwards. This was the infamous GP where Whir crashed for about 4 hours, and they had to basically refund everyone's GP but still let them play in it, and were very apologetic, and the day went really, really late. It was rough. It was real rough, let me tell you. I played Tron in this GP. I swapped to Tron at like the last minute. I remember just like saying to myself, wow, I just lose the Tron with everything, no matter what I play. Maybe I should just actually be playing it. Just like jokingly. And then I have this light bulb moment of, maybe I should actually just be playing it. And I played Tron and got like 10-5 with it or whatever, you know, very unremarkable result. But that was the beginning of my Tron phase. The second coming of the Tron phase. It's a rough phase. Don't recommend going through it. Ah. Random tournaments that jury's in. Oh, this is a cool one. This was a cool weekend. I won. No, I got to like the semi-finals with Grixis Delver of a 100-person legacy event on the Saturday, and then on the Sunday I teamed with Stephen Murray again and Nick Eck again for a unified standard RPTQ, and I literally built my deck the night before. Never played a game with it before the tournament. Brewed it up. We knew that Nick wanted to play the red deck. We knew. I talked to Steven the night before the tournament. Was like, look, what do you want to play? He's like, I kind of just want to play my blue-white gift deck. I think it's really good. It's what I'm really comfortable playing. I did really well with it in some local events. I'm like, cool. I will just work with literally whatever else is left. You two just choose the cards you want. I will play with the other cards. Yeah, this is when Red-Black Chainwhirler was the best deck. And I just decided I don't want to play green cards. I think the green cards will suck. I end up building a blue-black control deck the night before the tournament on the bed in the hotel room at like 9 p.m. Play 0 games with it before the event. It's like pretty different to any of the other blue-black lists I ever saw, and I end up not losing I think I lose 1 round with it all event, which is this round, and then like all the other rounds I win in my seat with my blue-black controller deck that I made the night before. It was very gratifying. Very very bad habit forming, I imagine. Nick and Steven are just like taken aback that this can even be the case. Oh, oh, seriously, Duke? That's so sick. That deck was really fun. It was really, really enjoyable. Got to play some really grindy games with it. Got to Scarab God some people. I had a moment against there are a couple really good Scarab God moments. One was I just can't possibly win. Everyone's crowding around my seat. I can't win. I'm dead on board. My green-black snake opponent just has me dead on board. All they have to do is go to combat and attack, and I'm dead. And I just like play it really cool, as if I have something in hand, as if I'm you know ready for anything that could happen. And they're like, okay, I guess we gotta cast this Chupacabra first to get a blocker out of the way in case there's a removal spell. And they cast a Chupacabra, and I go, okay, Essence scatter your Chupacabra. I reanimate it with my Scarab God. I can now not possibly lose the game. And just like my teammates are just like, what the hell just happened? How is this reasonable? It's interesting to see the evolution from Autumn, who picks their deck 2 weeks before a PT and plays the same deck for 3 seasons, to Autumn, who builds their deck the night before. Indeed. So at some point something went wrong. The other highlight was some point early in the game, kill a bird or a Skitehawk. Game goes on a bunch against some other black-green snake opponent. And game goes really long. They have a pile of stuff in their yard. And I get my Scarab God and play it and make a couple 4/4s. I untap. And I'm like, okay, scry. Attack with all my creatures. My opponent just like... Both my teammates are just having to stay dead quiet and not say a word. Because they both know what's going on. And they're just like pretending that this is like, you know, kind of strange, but whatever. Just let Autumn do their thing. And the opponent lines up the obvious blocks. And then I'm like, cool, I reanimate your Verdurous Gearhawk. Your entire team dies. My entire team lives. And Nick and Steven are just like, what the hell? This is so stupid. How does this keep happening? What was Grand Prix Minneapolis? Sealed? Oh! This is the event I traveled to with Kaylee. I had like Chromium in my sealed deck. Did very, very badly. This was the week before PT25. I traveled across country about 10 hours or so with Kaylee to get to Minneapolis, and we stayed there for a week and a half. And I got destroyed with my Chromium deck. And then destroyed in PT25. PT25 was like... I don't know. I did not particularly enjoy this event. It was probably my own fault. I ended up playing Sneak and Show in the Legacy seat instead of Delver deck. Grixis Delver had been banned out of the format like a month earlier. And just like didn't know what to play and didn't trust myself to play like Teamer Delver at that higher level. I still just didn't really think of myself as like any good at the game. So I just ended up playing Sneak and Show, and it turns out Sneak and Show is the world's most miserable deck to lose with. Because when you lose with it, either your deck feels dysfunctional, or it feels... or it just like feels like nothing can go right. It's the worst, Max. Or like you have to hope your opponent doesn't have that one piece of interaction and they do, and you just made no relevant game decisions. I cast 4 payoff spells and they had 4 forces. Nothing I could have done. Yes, I'm bad at this game. Oh my god. Yeah, don't register Sneak and Show, people. When you win, it will feel fine, and when you lose, it will just feel... Grand Prix Brussels. Standard. I should remember this one. What set was this even? When did I start to think I was good at Magic? I don't know. Some point after winning an MC, maybe? Question mark. I still don't entirely believe it. If I'm being honest. Is this GRN? Oh, no, it wasn't GRN. GRN I got destroyed. M19? What was M19 standard? Oh, this was Turbo Fog. This was the banned Turbo Fog deck. So, at the PT, the Turbo Fog deck loosely breaks out. I'm like, oh my god. All I want to do is cast Haze of Pollen. Let me play this. And I end up registering it for the GP, having like played zero gate matches with it before. And do like pretty well. Come 17th. Beat Martin Juicer in the final round, which is a nice little victory. So this was like another night before the tournament deck decision, I guess. 2 nights before the tournament. Ooh, thank you, Chris. Let's open up this little old deck list. So this is Turbo Fog. The fairies, Khans, Charter Course, it's filtering, and to help you flip your search for a Scanter. Gift of Paradise's ramp to get you to your Teferi sooner, and then you have Nexus of Fate. And Khan's Temporal Sundering is your like Time Walk effects, and eventually you just get a Teferi in play and take a bunch of extra turns and ultimate your Teferi really fast. It's a nice one, Max. I agree. I very much enjoyed this deck. Oh, yeah, Glimmer was a nice card. I never quite liked it as much as most people did, but it was really good in this deck. Heck. This is a fun tournament. People still aren't quite ready for the Turbo Fog deck. People, yeah, this is when my addiction to Nexus of Fate started. It had highs and lows, okay? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get through to MC1 and then I'm going to call it on looking over the stuff. That seems like a nice cutoff point, right? So, you're gonna get up to that point. Means I'm also only doing like another little bit more. Another half a year or so. This is before we hung out. Sorry, VV. I have to. Both of us have to sleep at some point. You see. So I hear. So yeah, I really enjoyed the Turbo Fog deck. I can't remember that much about this tournament, except that I got 2 of the most embarrassing GRVs of my life. Some point very early in the tournament, I think my first round of day 1, I untap and take a bunch of game actions, do a bunch of things, and cast the Nexus of Fate. I untap, and I plus my Teferi, draw. My opponent calls a judge. It's like, my opponent forgot to draw a card for turn. I'm like, yes. Yes, I did. What's the less bad one? That's the less bad one. I won that match, so it's fine. But, you know, draw your card for turn, people. First match of day 2 is much more in brand. End of my opponent's turn against their Esper control deck, I cast Nexus of Fate. So this is against one Jeffrey... I'm not going to pronounce that surname. I cast my Nexus of Fate. I untap. I'm like, okay. Search for his counter trigger. Look at the top card. Look at it. Do I want it? I'm not sure if I want it. I think I'm going to keep it. I think it's good enough. Transform my search. Look at my hand. Play my land for turn. Look at my hand some more. Activate my Teferi. Look at my hand some more. Cast this card draw spell. Do some card drawing. I don't have another Nexus of Fate yet. That's pretty unfortunate. Alright, so you go. Opponent untaps. Draws for their turn. someone who's one of the 20 people who's watching the match cottons on to what just happened, whilst everyone else is just completely oblivious, and calls the judge over and explains that I have forgotten to take my extra turn. I feel incredibly embarrassed at this point. And the judge is like, okay, we're gonna rewind here and make your extra turn happen. I feel really bad because I don't get to access this as canter that I should have been able to access if I'd done things properly. This is the first time I tasked Time Walk targeting my opponent. Thank you, Dokboy. That is why it is on brand, yes. So that was a rough one. I won that game. All is right in the world, but don't forget about Nexus of Fate. After that point, I just kept the dice in front of me at all points, counting how many turns I had from off Nexus stored up. Oh. Ew. This was also a nice one. So this is second Nationals. I decided not to play the deck I came 17th with at the GP the week beforehand, and instead play a completely different deck that I'd not played up until the week leading up to the tournament, or like 2 days before the tournament, because that's a reasonable thing to do. I decided to play blue-black mid-range instead. Which is the Glint Sleeve Siphoner Champion of Wit Scarab God deck. Some Torrential Gearhulk, some Instants. Really, really sweet deck. I played it because it's very good at beating up on Turbo Fog, and which I expected to be really popular. Siphoner was a really hard card for them to deal with because it just draws you into so much interaction, and it gets you energy even if they cast Fog, so it just keeps drawing you cards. And I was also worried about people being over-prepared for Turbo Fog after like the previous week. As it turns out, people were not over-prepared for Turbo Fog, and like 3 people from Axion top 8 with Turbo Fog. Fortunately, I still top 8 with blue-black mid-range and get to play against Turbo Fog a bunch in my like extremely favorable matchup. I like face a Turbo Fog player in the quarters, and then face another one in the semis, and literally the quarters and semis take like 3 hours between them or something stupid. I was still on my quarterfinals when the other finalist was already decided. To put this into perspective. It was like actually heinous. It was even worse. I was making my Turbo Fog players actually kill me. So, because I figured like it's just net downside for them, right? I get to sit here and breathe for 10 minutes and just think about life and have a break, and you have to continue comboing perfectly for the next 10 minutes. And if it was the Swiss, I would never make someone do that. But in like the top 8, the idea of like me getting to rest for a bit whilst they wear themselves down just felt like correct. And, I remember Dan Bernard in the semi-finals made like 3 different GRVs, and apparently he had a bunch through the day, and he just had like at the end of the day he just had 2 of like each different type of GRV with the stack. So it's impossible not to get GRVs with it because there's so many game actions. Yeah, he got 4 different categories of warning in this event. So he just finishes with like 2 in each category and never actually gets a game loss. He's just like terrified every time. The judge is like, just like, oh no, is this the one? Is this the one that gets me? Yeah, this is the time when, this is the week before, or a couple weeks before Duncan GRVs himself out of an RPTQ with the same deck. This is just impossible not to get warnings with. Even if you're like, you know, a good player playing it well, you'll just get warnings. I got a couple warnings in the GP, right? then the finals I faced Chris Orchard, who's playing Mono Black Zombies, which just like wasn't even a deck in the format. It's like really impressive that he got to the finals with it. Really sweet match for the finals too. I think there was some good games in that one. GP Stockholm. Oh, there's a RPTQ. I end up winning this RPTQ with the blue-black midrange deck again. I just like win two events in the row with blue-black midrange. It was crazy. So me, Emma, and Jade were working together on that deck. Between like the three of us, I won nationals in an RPTQ. Jade won her RPTQ, and Emma won an SCG Classic. We played like 5 events between the 3 of us and won 4 of them. It was like actually ridiculous, like how good our blue blacklist was. It was really underrated. Just like people were really sleeping on that deck in that format, I think, and we put a lot of work into tuning it and making it good. Yeah, it was so awesome. Gatekeeper, we like just kind of in our own way quietly broke standard for like a little bit. That deck played a lot of lands. I can't remember how many. I might see if I can find it a sec. Might see if I can find the list. Because I really love this deck. Here we go. Found it very quickly. That does not show up very well, does it? Alright. God. This is... Okay, this works. This works. Okay, cool. Vaguely works. Almost visible. Yeah, Argor's Bloodbath is broken. Those 2 copies of Argor's Bloodbath put in a lot of work. The really cool thing about it was you could sack your Scarab God to it once it flipped. So your opponent could just never exile your Scarab God ever. Yeah, against the control lists, you drew 1 million cards. And against the aggro decks, you flipped it so that you could sack creatures to gain life, turn off their unlicensed disintegration damage, and just like gain 5 life off your Scarab God every turn. Just sack my Scarab God, gain 5. Next turn, recast it, sack it, gain 5. It was really silly. You could also use it to sacrifice your Champion of Wits, so that you could get it in the yard to then eternalize it, which was really sweet as well. God, I love this deck. This was a wonderful. This is maybe just like one of my might be among like my 3 or so favorite decks I've ever played. Probably like that, mono blue, and like Grixis Dalba. GP Stockholm, I play with Tron. This is... I end up playing without Khans in my Tron list. It's kind of wild, but made sense at the time. I thought Khan was really bad against the decks that were doing well, because they were also aggressive. They were very good at killing Khan, which was like pretty problematic. Yeah, I played Goyfs in my sideboard, because I didn't have Relic of Genesis in my 75. I thought that card wasn't good at the time. So I just put Tarmogoyfs in my sideboard. And just boarded them in against so many people. Against like the blue-white control decks, they were just a really sweet sideboard plan, where like they would board into a bunch of negates and stuff, and you'd board in your Tarmogoyfs and just attack down their planeswalkers. It was sick. Oh yeah, Ephro wrote an article that was basically what you just said, Dokumoy. Autumn is silly for not playing Khan, but also I didn't try it. Like, I think it's a thing that was a really good idea and correct for like a month or 2 period. Yeah, there was so many disdainful strokes and gates and cryptic commands, so Wallbreaker was just like way better to cast, because they'd hold open their counter magic and you just cast your Wallbreaker, and even if they counter it, they're still just like down their Celestial Colonnade or whatever. It was a really sweet period of time. I can't remember how big Amulet was at the time. I don't feel like it was that big then, but I know Amulet's always been way less popular over here than it is in America. It's always been my experience, even when it was like fully broken. GP Lil, let me get the good old 2 buys into 0-3. It's a good GP outside of that. I met Paul there for the first time ever, which is pretty sick. We got to hang out with Nassif for the first time ever too. Yeah, this is the one when Gab lost in the finals with Mono Blue. I played Green Black mid-range in this event. I top 8'd an online PTQ with it before this, so I really loved the deck and like knew it pretty well. I didn't like the version of it I played for this event. For most of that standard format, I didn't play Llanowar Elves in my black-green list. I thought it was bad. Jade thought it was bad too, and we were just like very much in agreement with each other that Llanowar Elves is just not good in this deck for a bunch of different reasons. And everyone else played it anyway. And this was the one event where I gave in and put Llanowar Elves in my green-black list, and it's the one event where I just like went 0-3, whereas like all the other lists I did really well with it. And like obviously that's partially just coincidence, but it also makes me feel justified anyway, because I choose to be results orientated. Oh, the 2 Atlanta events. Yeah, the Atlanta events were good. For sure, Luke. Yeah, Jade Light Ranger, you played like Wild Growth Walker, Jade Light Ranger, Merfolk Branch Walker, Find Finality, Carnage Tyrant, some Planeswalkers. Vivian Reed was like really, really important in those mirrors. I did meet you at one of those Atlanta events. Which is the first one? Grand Prix Atlanta? Grand Prix Atlanta. I play Tron. I'm still playing Goyf Karnless Tron at this point. I think at this point it was incorrect to be playing it because Dredge had become really big and you kind of needed relics in your deck again. So you definitely couldn't play Goyfs anymore. But I just kind of hadn't evolved with the format much, hadn't been playing much Modern. I was mainly just playing the Grand Prix because it was an excuse to see Jade and Aaron and Emma more. Then we get the Pro Tour. This is a nice one. Look at this little pairing here. So I prepared for this event with Jade. We locked ourselves in a basement for 3 days in Emma's former house in Roanoke, and just like forced ourselves to play as much Magic as possible to try and figure out the format, and inevitably ended up playing black-green because what wouldn't I play? Why wouldn't I end up playing that when preparing with Jade? And we were still on our Elfless list. We came up with a bunch of nice tech. We had a sideboard detection tower for the mirrors, which was really important. We kind of just like sat down and worked out a bunch of the matchups, and I ended up coming 20th. Just like my first really good Pro Tour result ever since my 11th place. It's like kind of nice after this period of good results right beforehand to like, you know, do well at a Pro Tour finally again. Yeah, I played against a bunch of notable people. Played against Kai, played against Jacob Wilson, against Shota. Shota crushed me in a feature match. I was live for top 8 until I played Shota, and then he just destroyed me. Ooh, thank you for gifting that anonymous sub to Mike, or to Exploding Cow Hearthstone. Appreciate whoever spread that love. It's really kind of you. And then I play the 75 card mirror against Aaron in round 14. We registered the same deck list. Aaron didn't know what to play for the Pro Tour, and like messaged me and Jade like a couple days beforehand and was like, what should I play? And we were like, okay, we'll just send you our list. Oh, so this has booster draft and standard. Yeah, like, there's 2 booster drafts. And then the other 10 rounds are standard. So it's actually multi-format. So we sit down and play the 75 card Bira, where like she's literally been playing with my sideboard guide all weekend. And she spends the whole round trash talking me really aggressively and loudly, and I'm kind of doing the same thing back at her, but like much less confidently because I don't have the sort of charisma and way with words that she does. I feel so bad for the people sitting next to us who have to put up with this for like an hour. Just like very distracting trash talk from her. And, like her like joking around and making loads of like reads on what I have and stuff. And we are. She has the same sideboard guide I do, and we both deviate from the sideboard guide in the exact same way, which is wild. That we were on this like the same page of what we wanted to be doing against each other. And ended up beating her, so scoreboard, you know, important thing. What's this? Sealed. Oh, this is Guilds of Ravnica sealed. Yeah, I prepared a bunch for this format and got destroyed. My sealed deck was like fine. Certainly feel like I could have done better with it. This point I've started to become on Axion. I think I become a part of Axion now in between these two events. And I'm with them for about 4 or 5 months before I move on. Maybe it was earlier actually. I feel like it might have been before here actually. I think it was before Leo I became a part of Axion. It was like mid-October that I get on a team. Yeah, I was in yellow at this PT. Yeah, you're right. This is also when Snubby became a thing at Protor Atlanta, I believe. I don't know if I can find this tweet. This one might be a bit rough to find. Snubby Autumn Lily MTG. I probably can't find this one. This is from like the actual Magic account though. Or maybe I can find it. Maybe I'm just like... Here we go. This is great. This is a nice little piece of history. In my feature match against Shota, I have Snubby in the feature match area with me. The tweet is 2-time English national champion Autumn Burchett brought along their good luck charm Snubby after Snubhorn Century into the PTGRN feature match area. Autumn's 8-4 so far, so Snubby's been doing some work. I guess zooming in on the pictures is not very helpful, but you know. First camera appearance of Snubby. Important moment. Nice work, Snubby. Snubby's a good luck charm, let me tell you. So bombed sealed thingy. Grand Prix Liverpool. I play Trios Constructed, which is like Unified Modern. Like, Is It Phoenix? And we like narrowly missed A2. Not a very notable event, except that I swapped on to Is It Phoenix like the night before the event again. I remember messaging like one of my closest friends being like, hey Charlie, can you help me get together Is It Phoenix cards? I'm missing like these 20 cards and you own Is It cards, right? And she was like, well, guess I'll help. And yep, classic autumn swapping onto a deck the night before. I think I only lost with it once the whole day, maybe. Went 7-1 or something with it. Who was on my team? I was teaming with Nick Eck again, who I've teamed with like 3 or 4 times. I keep mentioning him, and I also teamed with someone from Twitter. Can't remember their handle, but their name is Peach. They are delightful. Alright. Oh wow, you got paired against Javier, Marcio, and Mengu at 2-2. That's absurd. We have the World Magic Cup that I qualified for Nationals. This one went a lot worse. I teamed up with Francesco, Giorgio, and Chris Orchard. I did pretty medium in this event, actually. All of us did pretty medium. I think we all basically had the same record throughout. I was playing Golgari. I can't remember what my teammates was on. I think Francesco was on like Jeskai control with a bunch of Niv Mizzets. Chris, I can't even remember. Maybe no, I have no idea what Chris was playing. I can't even remember this format that clearly. But Yeah, this was like a lot less notable to me than the first World Magic Cup, I think. The first one I enjoyed more, not just because we did better, but just something about it sticks out in my memory a lot more. Prague. I guess the first one felt a lot more like an event to me. We like went there a lot earlier, worked together a lot more in preparation for it, and like once we were out, we were still just like enjoying each other's company and stuff. This one felt like a lot less like in a big event. It felt just like, you know, a normal Magic tournament, I guess. I guess there was also just like a lot of sadness because it's like the final World Magic Cup. You could feel that in the room a little bit. Grand Prix Prague was some Masters sealed set, Eternal Masters. Pretty unremarkable, did very badly. And then we get to the big one, which is, I think, where I'm going to end this, because this is a nice little ending point. Oh, Ultimate Masters, that was it. So I think this is roughly where I'm going to end it, because after this point, a bunch of stuff isn't on DCI anymore because of the arena MCs, and also like I just didn't attended a lot less tournaments after this point too. Did I do good there? I did fine. You know, it went okay. So you should, Yaylee. It's a good one. So the 2 weeks beforehand, I started playing this mono blue deck on Arena on stream and was like actually winning with it and enjoying it a lot. I was like, I can't believe this deck is actually any good, right? It looks so mopey, but I keep winning with it. I feel like I keep just crushing my opponents. Like at first it was struggling a bit, but the more I played it, the better I got with it, and the more confident I got with it. And I told my teammates, I think this deck might actually be legit. And basically everyone on Axiom was like, what? It's just a pile of bad commons. What are you talking about? No one's gonna win with that deck. I'm like, I think it's good though. And then there was this PTQ coming up, and I was like, you know what? I've got an MC coming up in 2 weeks. I really want to try this deck out in paper, just to see how it feels. See if it's actually any good against proper opponents. See if I can actually win games with it. If I do badly at the PTQ, I'll just play Esper Control at the MC. But, oh yeah, there were many weeks of me facing Mono Blue online and being like, why am I losing to this garbage? How can anyone lose to these 1/1s? What is this? Losing to Merfolk Trickster. Merfolk cards aren't playable. So I went to this PTQ and was like, don't know if this deck's actually good, but I really like it. And I played it, and just the only match I lost was the one mirror I played. Everyone else at the PTQ, for each our PTQ, I beat. It was only the mirror that I actually lost. I was just like, wow, I just couldn't. You remember the saga from losing with it to playing it to? Yeah, it's a good saga. I was just like, wow, I actually just crushed with this all day long. Heck. And after the event was over, I was waiting for Nick and Hannah to get done judging, because I wanted to travel back with them, maybe get food with them once we're back in London. Not travel back on my own. They were gonna be like 3 hours longer judging. I was like, okay. I just end up sitting down with a friend and jamming Mono Blue against her White Weenie deck for like an hour and a half. And then she has to go, and I find someone else who can play against me and jam Magic against them for like an hour. I'm just like playing this Mono Blue deck casually after like playing it in the event for like 7 hours. I'm just casually playing it for like another 3 hours because I just can't stop playing it. Just like want to keep playing games with it. Then I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna play this at the MC, I guess. I'm just gonna spend like the next week and a half tuning it, right? I'm gonna test properly. I like played a bunch of games against Aaron and a bunch of games against George Channing, just testing matchups intensely, trying to figure out sideboard plans, how I wanted the deck built. And I spent a long time trying to convince Aaron to play it. And she just didn't believe she'd be able to play it in a field that tough, and that like maybe the players would be good enough that you'd lose a lot of your advantage against tough opposition like that. And like that almost scared me off playing it, but I just loved it so much. I wanted to believe in it. And I don't know. I showed up a few days early to hang out with Aaron, and once I'd settled on my list, kind of didn't worry about the tournament too much in the run up to it. And then had Emma and Mia and Aaron around me the entire time. Just this really positive, loving, supportive environment made it very easy to feel relaxed and focused. And probably not gonna like talk about the details of this too much, I guess, because I feel like I've talked about it a bunch of places. I've like done interviews about the details and stuff. Like a lot of that history is kind of out there already. Obviously, like a lot of it's on camera too, but kind of like what this was all building up to, right? All this, the 6 years beforehand, building up to this. It's also kind of wild looking at it, because like, not only did I face like a really intense field of people, but everyone in top 8, I only realized this recently, everyone in the top 8 I faced in the Swiss. Reed Duke was one of my 2 losses in the Swiss, alongside Michael Bonde, who also top 8'd. I beat Julian in the Swiss, and I beat Ikawa 2 times in the Swiss. I actually faced him 3 times over the course of the tournament, which is A, kind of wild and absurd, and B, makes me feel a little sorry. The Reed Duke game was intense. Yeah, that was a good match. Everyone talks about the finals, and the finals was like very, very good. But I think like all 3 of the matches in the top 8 were like had some really good moments. Like even against Julian, people forget that match completely. But there was a game where I miss my second land drop, discard the hand size whilst he has an active Curious Obsession. And I remember like I end up coming back in that game and winning it. And I remember hearing people say that they walked over to the screen, saw that I was discarding to hand size against an active Curious Obsession, walked away, came back 5 minutes later and just assumed it was a different game. They just assumed that I had to have lost that game. Oh my gosh. I don't know. This has been nice. Nice little trip down memory lane. Like some of the early stuff especially. Getting to see some of those players I played against before I really knew who they were as well. This has been nice and cozy. Yeah, I've enjoyed it. I have enjoyed it. I'm happy I did this. It's something I wanted to do before this history goes away, right? Like, pretty soon this DCI history is disappearing, and I just really wanted to take a look through it and remember all this stuff and have a record of it in my own way, you know? Share it if people are interested. I should sleep, I agree. I should definitely sleep. Thank you, everyone,